Hey, Chisme.
Hello, MonkieMar. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Junie, I want to say thank you. I saw the the little PayPal you sent us. Hey, Black Eagle, Leonard, Alphabet, Junie, and Jess. How's everyone?
How's everyone doing?
We
How's the
got it.
weather?
I don't know. Ask Black Eagle. She lives in my neck of the woods. Hey, Jay. How you feeling, Chisme?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
You what?
I'm doing good. How are you?
No complaints.
Oh, that's good. No cold symptoms?
Yeah, I still have a little cough in my chest. It's cold in Reno,
Oh,
Leonard.
my goodness.
Black Eagle's laughing. Don't make me cough, please.
You need to bring it up. It's cold in Reno. Wow.
I mean, I didn't get COVID at all. I hope I don't have COVID. I think I got sick because I never handle money, and I've been handling money for the last like 2 weeks. I'm done handling
Oh,
money. Yeah, I'm going back to the plastic. Well,
what's
we
better,
had.
having money or having a cold?
Can you hear Junie? I
I
hear a
turned
loud and
mine up.
yeah, I hear loud and clear. 26 for the low. I think it's already below 26 here.
51
I
here.
I don't think I have COVID. Hey GB, I have like a chest cold.
Hi.
Okay, Junie. So what we're gonna start with first. Hang on. Now, see, now you're making me cough. Hang on. Jeez, I gotta go. I gotta go suck on something. Hang on.
Mm.
Okay. Before we get into the Idaho 4, we are going to go over the affidavit in the Athena Strand case. And our wonderful Chisme is going to read it to us. I
Okay,
have
I
not
haven't.
read it yet.
I haven't either.
Yeah, we have not read it yet. I've been so up the Idaho. Ooh, I've been deep in that hole. But I
Yeah,
do
and
want
it's
to.
getting deep. It's getting deeper.
Yeah, guys, we're going to go over the interview with the neighbor Enon. We got a couple of new interesting interviews out. I don't know. Let's not even talk about the Idaho 4 yet because
I know.
I'll start running like a hamster in one of those little plastic balls. Okay, so
Okay.
this is the official, right, affidavit we got.
Yeah, warrant of arrest.
All right, Chisme, it's all you, girl.
Okay, let me know if you can hear me. It's the warrant of arrest. The state of Texas versus Tanner Lynn Horner.
Ooh, 1 second, Chisme. I'm sorry. Look at Irene, Irene Copley from Fruitland, Idaho. Well, welcome to the channel. I pray to
Hello.
God that monkey is found soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
A case that we've
bless
been
his little
following
heart.
from day one.
Yeah, and this is a horrible one right here. State of Texas versus Tanner Lynn Horner. It says, to any sheriff, constable, or peace officer of the state of Texas, greetings. You are hereby commanded to arrest Tanner Lynn Horner, white male, date of birth, and is retracted. If to be found in your county, and bring Tanner Lynn Horner before me, the undersigned 271st District Court Judge, a magistrate in and for Wise County, Texas, at my office at 100 North Trinity Street, Decatur, Texas, 76234 in said county, immediately, then and there to answer the state of Texas for an offense against the laws of said state, to wit, capital murder of person under 10 years of age of the Texas Penal Code, Section 19.03, capital felony, in which offense she, Tanner Lynn Horner, is accused by the witness complaint under oath of Sergeant Investigator Joseph Oliver, filed before me herein, fail not, but of this writ make due return as the law directs, given under my hand of office this second day of December 2022. Uh, Brock Smith, and the bond was set for $1 million. Is that what it says? Or 9 million?
A billion.
A million. So then it goes into the arrest warrant affidavit.
Hey, Jen. Hey, Stasia.
So you want me to go through all of that, through every single one, or start at
No,
number?
no, you can just start at basically the charges, the day that it happened. Like, we don't have to go through all the penal codes
Okay.
and stuff.
Okay, so number one, on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, at approximately 1841 hours, Elizabeth Ashley Strand, weight and height, weight and date of birth is all retracted. Oh no, I'm sorry, white female, date of birth is retracted. Called 911. The cell was
Hey,
answered.
Leslie.
The call was answered by the Wise Sheriff Office Communications. Elizabeth reported that her 7 years of age stepdaughter, Athena Presley Monroe Strand, white female, date of birth retracted, had reportedly vanished from her residence at 268 County Road 3573, Paradise, Wise County, Texas. Deputies were dispatched to the address. Deputies arrived at approximately 1856 hours, followed shortly after by numerous deputies, fire department, and EMS personnel. First responders began diligently searching for Athena in the near freezing temperature. Wow.
My gosh.
So what was that? 6:41,
Yep.
and it says number two. Deputies spoke with the original reporting party, Athena's stepmom, Elizabeth Ashley
Just
Strand.
me. Are you scrolling down to the page that you're reading so we can see it?
No, because I'm using my phone, my copy, because I can't see that one.
Oh, so you know what? Let me pull it up then, and I'll let them see what you're reading.
Yeah, okay. I'm on page one, number two.
Page one, number two. All
Uno
right,
y
we are
dos.
here. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Then it says, deputies spoke with the original reporting party, Athena's stepmom, Elizabeth Ashley Strand. Elizabeth explained to deputies she had last seen Athena inside the converted storage shed. Athena and her stepsister were temporarily using as a bedroom living quarters, while Athena's father, Jacob Henry Strand, white male, date of birth retracted, removed the main residence. I'm sorry, renovated the main residence, smaller residence, next to the storage shed. It
Wait
should
a
be
second.
noted,
Wait. So you're telling me that this baby was living in a converted storage shed
yeah, next to the house
while it was being redone? I pray to God it was
while it
like
was renovated.
a
Hmm.
cool little mini house because, I mean, a storage shed?
A converted storage shed.
like your she shed.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I had to wrap my head around that.
Yeah, because they were renovating the main residence.
Yeah, I get that, but still, it's just okay.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna go
wonder
with it.
how old her stepsister is.
We'll find out.
It says it should be noted that the main residence is the smaller of the residences and the large residence is abandoned. Elizabeth stated she had last seen Athena around 1745 hours on the same day, 11/30, 2022, when Elizabeth had left Athena inside the shed bedroom and told her to sort through her dirty clothes for laundry. Elizabeth then went back inside the main residence and started making dinner. Around 20 to 30 minutes later, Elizabeth went back outside to Athena's room to tell her dinner was ready, but Athena was gone. Elizabeth looked inside the room but did not notice anything suspicious or apparently different or out of place inside the room, since she had last seen Athena in there. Elizabeth immediately began looking around the property for Athena. At approximately 18:22 hours. Elizabeth called her sister and brother-in-law, who lived on the adjacent property next to Elizabeth and Athena, and asked if Athena was over at their residence. They told Elizabeth that Athena was not over there and then began looking for Athena themselves. Elizabeth then called her husband Jacob, Athena's father, who was currently driving with his father to a hunting lease near San Antonio, and told him Athena was missing. Jacob then told Elizabeth to call 911. Elizabeth could not think of any place and or person Athena would try to walk or run away from the property to, nor did Elizabeth know of any
Mm.
particular location on or on or around the property Athena would try to hide at. Houston also spoke with Jacob, who confirmed he and his father were driving to a hunting lease when Elizabeth called to tell him she could not find Athena. So Jacob and his father immediately turned around and drove back to the property, arriving after the deputies. Number three, an extent.
Number three,
Number
a
three.
tres,
Número tres.
número tres.
Número tres. Una extensiva. Just kidding. An extensive search of the area was conducted overnight. The following morning and following day, Athena was not located. So they did it. Okay. The following morning and the following day, they could. Okay. They searched for her. They searched the area overnight, the following morning, and the following day. She was not located. And through the course of the investigation, it was learned that FedEx had delivered a package to the residence during the time Athena went missing. Through further investigation, it was found that the company Big Topspin was a contracting company delivering packages for FedEx. Investigators were able to work with employees from Big Topspin to determine which van and driver had made the delivery. Investigators also learned the van was equipped with video equipment, which was run by a third party vendor, Velocitor. Velocitor was able to provide video from the truck that delivered the package. The video consists of 1 minute clips. An FBI employee was able to view the video. The FBI employee found that the driver had taken a young girl who was visually similar to Athena in his van. The driver
Okay,
was
pause.
seen. Shit.
Pause 1 second.
Oh my
Imagine,
gosh.
imagine the size of his kahunas to
Mm,
sit there and literally kidnap a child on your FedEx work route, knowing that they're. I mean, can you be that dumb? Did he? I mean, do you have to give
mm,
him the benefit of the doubt that he did not know the truck had
no.
surveillance camera?
He lost control. He couldn't control his damn cojones, like you said.
And we
That's
watched his
sad.
YouTube. He took his YouTube videos down, but think I still have them recorded. But
Oh, I didn't see those.
oh, you did it?
Mm-mm.
Oh well, maybe at the very end of the video we'll show you. Yeah, he's like he goes from
I
singing
may
rap.
have.
Yeah, he was
Oh
singing that
yes,
heavy metal thrashing music.
yes, yes. I remember now. But that's horrible. And then they saw him right away. They saw him. It says an FBI employee was able to view the video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He
oh
had
my
big
gosh,
kahunas, man. That's a real
awful.
scary type of individual.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was reading. I mean, I knew it happened, but whew. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, at once. Yeah, it's pretty sad now that we can't let like when I had the kids that were little and the UPS truck would pull up and stuff. Like I never even batted an eyeball. Yep, go get the
Mm-mm.
package. Now you can't even let your kid go get a damn package from UPS, FedEx.
Yeah, I'm even worried about the neighbor across the street because he opens his garage at the same right before the bus gets here, and the bus is a block away. The bus stop.
Exactly, Leslie. But to see and Athena is absolutely a beautiful girl.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
you can't steal. She's trying to take my Crocs underneath the couch. Fiona. All right, go ahead, babe.
Okay. The FBI employee found that the driver had taken a young girl who was visually similar to Athena in his van. The driver was seen on video talking to her in the van. The driver of the van was identified as the defendant, Tanner Lynn Horner, white male, and his other was retracted. The van was identified as a white and color 2019 GMC box van with the markings FedEx on the side, displaying Texas license plate number and the VIN number. The van is registered to Big Thompson in Hill on River Hill Drive in Dallas. Investigators located the defendant. The defendant stated to investigator Joseph Oliver and Texas Ranger Job Espinosa that he had taken Athena. The defendant stated to investigators she was deceased. The defendant stated when he was backing up in his FedEx truck, he accidentally hit Athena with his truck, but she was not seriously injured. The defendant stated he panicked and put Athena in the van. It says, investigators transported the defendant to the Wise County Sheriff's Office. The defendant was read his Miranda warning. Ranger Espinosa and investigator Oliver interviewed the defendant. The defendant stated when he was backing up in his FedEx truck, he accidentally hit Athena with the truck, but she was not seriously injured, panicked, and put her in the van. The defendant stated Athena was alive at the time, talking to him, and told him her name was Athena. The defendant stated he attempted to break Athena's neck to kill her. The defendant
Wait,
stated,
wait,
mm,
wait,
mm,
wait. What?
oh. He said he
What?
ran over her accidentally and he put her in the truck, but she was not seriously injured. He panicked and he put her in the van. He said she
What
was
the
alive, talking to him.
fudge? Go
And he
ahead.
said that he said that he stated he attempted to break Athena's neck to kill her. He says the defendant stated when he attempted to break Athena's neck, it did not work. So he strangled with his bare hands in the back of the FedEx van. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my
Um,
god.
you
Mm.
know what? That's sick. That I don't. I think that's one of the probably the. I can't even imagine him saying that. What a wow.
Mm.
Just I am. My mouth is hanging open. I was
I
not expecting
know.
you
Shoot.
to read
Whew.
that.
I hadn't read it before. I hadn't read it. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Okay.
Wow.
It says during the course of the interview, the defendant again stated he strangled Athena because she was going to tell her father about being hit by the FedEx truck the defendant was operating. Investigators asked the defendant if he would be willing to take them to where he put Athena's body. The defendant stated that he would and directed investigators to County Road 4668, Boyd, Wise County, Texas, where investigators observed the deceased body, of whom the defendant stated was Athena, in the water.
My
The
gosh.
defendant was transported to Wise County Sheriff's Office without incident. Man. So he has to answer to the capital felony offense of capital murder of person under 10 years of age. Mm.
So you hit a little girl, which we know he didn't. And
Mm-mm.
then instead of calling 911 or running to the house and saying something, you try and snap her neck.
Oh my gosh. He
Yeah,
tried it. He tried twice. Oh my God.
yeah, that's like the express ticket to me, right to the death chair.
Yeah, I'm
Gas
glad we
tank.
have it here in Texas. Too bad he's gonna be here a while before they, if they
You
do
don't
it.
believe what, Jennifer, that he accidentally hit her or he tried to snap her neck? Because I'm not trying to say this for anything, but him being as big as he is and her being so little, I don't even understand how he couldn't have done that. And I can't even talk. And to try it twice and then say,
Mm-mm.
oh, I couldn't do that, so I just strangled her.
Oh.
He needs to
Mm-mm.
be skinned like that dog was in Idaho.
Yep. Send the guy over there.
Hello, I think Fiona wants to say hi to you guys. Mm.
I wonder where the fentanyl comes in. Fentanyl and the SA.
The fentanyl that he gave Athena.
Yeah, because it's not on here, but I guess later they found out later.
Wait a second. I didn't hear that either. I've been so wrapped up in the Idaho.
Yeah, he essayed her and then he gave her fentanyl.
You're not talking about Eliza?
I was
Are you
pretty sure it
confused?
was Athena. Uh, might be. I might be
Yeah, I know.
confused, but I know someone gave someone fentanyl.
It was
I remember
Eliza.
Eliza. Yeah, I remember that. Let
So
me see if
here's
I
the
can find
latest one
anything.
that we'll look at, and then we're going to jump into Idaho. They're seeking the death penalty.
Mm.
Come on, Fox, be nice. I don't
The
want.
Wise County Sheriff has told Fox News
Ooh.
he plans to seek the death penalty for the murder of 7-year-old Athena Strand. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. Police documents released today detail the suspect, Tanner Horner's confession. According to the confession cited in the arrest paperwork, Horner told detectives he accidentally hit Strand with his delivery truck, panicked, put her in the truck, and then eventually killed her. The girl's family revealed Horner had just delivered her Christmas present to their home. They're conducting its investigation. Fox Sports' Macy Jenkins is in Wise County with the story. Macy.
Poor mom.
Well, Heather and Steve, it's been 1 week since we first reported on Athena Strand. First, that extensive 2-day search, then the discovery of her body, and now new details about Horner's confession. The affidavit says his reason for killing the little girl, he didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with his truck.
This is the package. It's the first time I've
Athena Strand's mother, Maitland Gandy, emotional on Thursday morning as she takes her first look at the bright pink box of You Can Be Anything Barbies. It's the package she says was delivered to Athena's home on November 30th by the contract driver for FedEx, who court documents say confessed to killing her later that day. Gandy says it was supposed to be under the tree for Athena on Christmas morning.
And this present, ordered out of innocence and love, is one she will never receive.
31-year-old Tanner Horner is charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. When investigators confronted him, they say he told them he killed Athena and dumped her body in the water near County Road 4668, just southeast of Boyd in Wise County. The area now marked with pink balloons, Athena's favorite color. The arrest warrant affidavit released Thursday afternoon after Gandy's news conference reveals details about what Horner says and what video evidence shows happened outside of Athena's home when Horner delivered that package. It says when he was backing up his FedEx truck, he accidentally hit Athena with the truck, but she was not seriously injured. The defendant stated he panicked and put Athena in the van. He went on to say that Athena was alive and talking to him. She even told him her name. He then said he attempted to break Athena's neck to kill her. It did not work, so he strangled her with his bare hands in the back of the FedEx van. Horner told investigators he killed Athena because she was going to tell her father about being hit by the truck he was driving.
I was robbed of watching her grow up by a man that everyone was supposed to be able to trust to do just one simple task: deliver a Christmas present and leave.
The affidavit also explains that Athena's stepmother had left Athena alone to sort dirty laundry inside of a converted storage shed, which was serving as a temporary bedroom for the 7-year-old and her stepsister during renovations to the main house. The stepmother had returned to the main house to cook dinner, but couldn't find Athena when she returned.
We don't want another family.
Really? Come on.
Kind of loss.
Fort Worth attorney Benson Varghese represented the family for possible civil litigation.
We're investigating not just what FedEx's responsibility might have been, but anyone else who was involved in the decisions that were made that led to this tragic loss.
The affidavit explains Horner was working for Big Topspin, a Dallas-based contracting company delivering packages for FedEx. Fox 4 made several attempts to contact the company on Thursday, but we were not successful. The affidavit says when investigators were following up on the package delivery lead, they learned Horner's van was equipped with cameras, which the affidavit says shows the driver took a young girl who looked like Athena, and that driver was seen on video talking to her.
At this point, include or exclude anyone from being the possible target of a lawsuit.
Now, Horner is still behind bars here in Wise County with bonds set at $1.5 million. Sheriff Lane Aiken says they will be seeking the death penalty because of the serious nature of this case.
Oh.
Wow.
They'll protect him on death row.
But I mean, you heard her. I mean, you claim you run her over and she wasn't really hurt, but you were. I mean, what sense does that make? I'm afraid she's gonna go tell her dad that I hit her with the truck, but she's okay. So let me go ahead and and that was the package that was delivered, a Christmas gift from her.
The Barbies.
Sick. Jennifer says it's so irrational that it sounds like a complete lie. Maybe he did something to her in the van and she was going to tell on that, like SA, but hitting her with the van, unlikely. Yeah. The van has cameras. I'm sure they know.
That's right, JDS. If he makes it to death row first, she says.
Exactly, Dragonette. Yeah, he won't even go to court. You'll see a few court appearances, but he pled guilty. Okay, here we go.
That's right, Leslie.
Let's go watch the interview with Enan Harsh, the creeper neighbor, and what's her name?
Leslie Matthias.
Leslie Matthias.
Or Matthias.
He's a creeper.
Oh, I'm gonna get it. I need to write down some things because I noticed some things he mentioned earlier that don't sound right.
I agree, Dragon, that everybody that does that should have their genitals removed and their hands. So let's listen to this interview and let's take notes on what this weird guy says. Chisme has listened to it. I
Chef
listened to
Dizzy.
a little bit.
I listened to a little bit.
Yeah, he's got some strange things that he says. Now,
Hmm.
do I think it's him, guys?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. He definitely fits the characteristics of what a lot of the FBI profilers are saying. And remember that one case where that guy killed that little girl and he was actually searching with the search parties. He was giving people accommodations to help the search to be easy, the flyers, the interviews, and the whole time was the one that did it.
Yes, Jennifer. They said he did have a camera and it recorded at 1 minute intervals.
Yes, an actual FedEx van that had FedEx on it, but even though he contracted the van out, it still said FedEx on it. You want to say hi? Say hi. Okay. All right, let's see what this one. Huh, look at. And his name is Chef Dizzy. He's weird.
Dizzy,
Okay,
who
here
would
we
think
go.
of a name like that? Shit.
Chef Dizzy. Yeah, let's go see what this little strange bird has to say.
Matthias. Please subscribe and hit the like button so you can get these unexpected live streams.
And I put her channel link and all of that's already in the description of the video.
I have a very important guest with me right now.
I'm gonna grab a
Somebody that
drink.
I hope can bring us more insight. I am with, will you pronounce your name? Inan? Enon.
Enon Harsh.
Enon Harsh, also known as Chef Dizzy, as you see there. Enon is a very, very important part of this Moscow homicide investigation because he was a neighbor of the 4 victims who lived on King Street. And I just want you to share with us what you know. Many also have heard of the neighbor.
Okay, but guys, before I grab a drink, let's not forget 2 days after the crime and the third day, he said he heard nothing. I have the Facebook. I will show it to you after. From his Facebook that he heard nothing. And then a month later, all of a sudden, he heard a scream that night. Something's not right with him. But do I think he's the killer? He may not be the killer, but he's definitely an awkward incel that doesn't seem to fit in with anybody but the people that he was in rehab with and going through addictions.
But that was
Very.
debunked. The
What was
scream was
debunked?
the scream.
Oh, it was a lie.
Yeah, it was that other guy, the one I told you that he lies on his YouTube channel.
Well, it was Joseph,
Yeah,
but
Joseph.
he's the one before Joe came out with that fake scream. The neighbor came out and said he heard a scream, and then the YouTube creator made the scream, so that was
Oh,
debunked. But he
oh,
still claims that he heard a scream.
oh. Okay, I didn't
Yes,
know that. Okay,
yes. But in
that's
the first
confusing, but I get it. Uh
Yeah, but in the
huh.
first 3.5 weeks on his Facebook, he heard nothing. But I'll show you guys that after this video. So let's go.
Okay.
That possibly heard a scream. This is that person. that I have with me now. So let everyone know this is going on. We'll try to take some questions as well, but right now I'm going to start with my questions because I have a lot of them. I want to thank you for being here. And first off, I think we should just start by taking us back to that night. The things I've heard in the news from you, Inon, are that it was an unexpectedly quiet night. You wrote about the crime on social media, and share what you remember from that night. Is that a good place for us to start right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I work about like 10, usually like 9 to 11 hour shifts. So I went to work. I got off around, I think it was around 12 that night. It was kind of like a late close, and I like bullshitted with like a coworker for a little while after work, and then I went home. It was around, I don't know, like 1:30, 2-ish a.m. It was maybe when I got home, maybe and
Stefan.
I'm always like kind of hoping that I have like a parking spot right in front of my my door when I get there, because like lots of times on campus, there's like parties and like they're pretty full. And so like this time I noticed that like, I don't know, it wasn't really any cars as usual. It's like, cool, I'm gonna get a nice spot right in front. And there was I saw like this sort of like kind of like decked out like luxury, like I thought it was black SUV, maybe like a Beamer or something, and it had like rims, tinted windows, and I was like, oh, that's like a pretty cool car. And then like coming out, like I noticed some like plates from like Arizona,
Oh my God,
I want to say, or Montana. There's kind of like it's like always like kind of curious what kind of like different plates are like around and stuff, because usually you just see like Idaho, especially in like my parking lot. And so like I came in, and it was like surprisingly like pretty empty that night. Like none of the houses and like that on those like 2 streets were having parties, which was like kind of unusual. And then I went home, was like making some tea, just like doing some contact staff drills and like stretching. I think I played a game of League, and then I went to bed. And then as I was falling asleep, it usually takes me like 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep. Like I don't know, I guess I just missed like initially like one of my neighbors returning hello after me. So I heard like a door shut, and then like apartment door shut, and like also like a scream. But like it's like that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night. So like I didn't really like think of it. And so but like yeah, just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming, like it's actually like the murder. And yeah, and it was like it was kind of a trip having like the cops like come on, and like when it happened, they're just like asking where we were, and we're like, this is weird. Like they're knocking on every single door in our apartment, like that's never happened before. And then like I went inside and looked on the news, and it was like 4 people stabbed to death. I was like, it's like right across the street. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. When did you hear about it? Was it those knocks on the door? You woke up the next day? Did these knocks on your apartment door wake up? How did you learn about it?
I was already awake. I was just like woke up a little bit. I was still like drinking coffee, and like the cops knocked on my door, and like after they asked me some questions, like right after they left and they're starting to talk to the next door over. I looked on my phone and Googled it and found it pretty much instantly, and that's when I knew. And then I think it was like I don't know, a couple days later when we like the names were released and we like found out who it was or whatever.
Okay, that was a question I was going to ask. Like, did you initially know that you knew them at all, or did you?
No, actually, when I first saw it, I saw the picture. I thought it was actually the house.
Wow, I don't even know what to make of this guy.
Did he say he heard a scream like a murder?
I thought he said that he heard it could have been a sex scream. This guy is absolutely bizarre.
He said, I thought he said on one part that he's speaking fast. But
Yeah,
I
let
thought
me
he
put
said,
it
I
on.
heard a scream like a murder or like something.
It was something sexual, I think he said. Let's go back. He is, even the way he's talking on the interview is just the details of the car and stuff. Yeah, he's strange.
Yeah. And I wonder where he saw it.
And
There
where
at
is
the
he?
residence.
And he doesn't mention that he was practicing his juggling sticks, unless that was the part that he named it something different. Let's listen
Yeah.
again.
Just like asking where we were, and we're like, this is weird, usual. And then I went home, was like making some tea, just like doing some contact staff drills and like stretch.
What is a staff drill? Hey, Pippi Long.
Staff drill?
Jennifer, This is Enon Harsh. This is the neighbor that claims 4 weeks later that he heard a scream. And he's a chef in Moscow somewhere. He comes out of Pullman, Washington, and he's got a record. He likes to huff on the huffer spray.
What did he say? Contact what? I'm looking it up.
Like I came in and it was like surprisingly like pretty empty that night. Like none of the houses and like that on those like two streets were having parties, which was like kind of unusual. And then I went home. Was like making some tea, just like doing some contact staff drills and like
Contact staff drills.
Like
stretching. I think I played a game of League, and then I went to bed. And then as I was falling asleep, it usually takes me like 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep. Like I don't know. I guess I dismissed like initially like one of my neighbors returning hello after me. So I heard like, a car shut, a door shut, and then like, apartment door shut.
What
and like
is he doing?
also like a scream. But like, that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night. So like I didn't really like think of it.
There's the cat.
And so but like just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming, like it's actually like the murder.
Oh, yep.
And yeah.
Like a murder?
He said like some drunk guy screaming. And then I heard something like sexually like a murder.
Screaming like a murder. But the
like,
contact staff, you're gonna freak out what a contact staff is. It's like it looks like a javelin.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. And I guess you throw it like a javelin and it pierces.
Yeah, and he lights the ends with fire.
Oh, okay.
I got pictures of him doing it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It was kind of a trip having like the cops like come on and like no one knew what happened. They're just like asking where we were, and we're like, this is weird. Like they're knocking on every single door in our apartment. Like that's never happened before. And then like I went inside and looked on the news and it was like 4 people stabbed to death. I was like, it's like right across the street. It was like, holy shit.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. When did you hear about it? Was it those knocks on the door? You woke up the next day? Did these knocks on your apartment door wake up? How did you learn about it?
I was already awake. I was just like a little bit out to like drinking coffee, and like the cops knocked on my door, and like after they asked me some questions, like right after they left and started like they were starting to talk to the next door over. I looked on my phone and Googled it and found it pretty much instantly, and that's when I knew. And then I think it was like I don't know, a couple of days later when we like the names were released and we like found out who it was or whatever.
Okay, that was the question I was.
Something is not right with him. So I Googled the names and whatever.
Yeah. And he's like Watts.
I'm gonna go ahead and put it back on 1.25. Yeah, something is so weird about this guy.
Going to ask, like, did you initially know that you knew them at all, or did you?
No, actually, when I first saw it, I saw the picture. I thought it was actually the house, like the next house over. I was like, oh, but then when I found out it was like the house of the people that I like, I don't want to say I knew them, but I was like met them. Then I was like, damn,
weird.
And I was kind of sad because actually, like they were super cool. Like I really like my neighbors.
Yeah, you'd met them. Is that correct? You'd met Kaylee and who else did you met?
I think it was Santa and her boyfriend.
Okay.
And I think there was like some other people there, but I'm really bad with names. So like I think those, like I had to like look at online like the faces to try to like remember them because it was just like it was super brief, But yeah, they were super nice and super friendly. Like
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. Guys. There's something so off with him. Everything he's saying, he is contradicting himself. How can you sit there and tell me that they're super nice when your meetings were so brief? Hey, Dia. Yes, we do. Dia.
Yeah.
Something's not right with him. It's just all over the place. He's weird.
He's not
And they're
their
like
type.
best neighbors.
Huh?
I said he's not their type either, so he might, if anything, he's pissed off because they didn't accept him into their circle, and he lives right there.
Guys, I have gone back into every single one of his social medias, Instagram, Facebook. There's not one picture with him and a girl, but I'll show you afterwards about him going laughing all over Facebook about how people are accusing it of being him. And the only ones that talk back to him about that are people that he was in recovery with. I'll show you. This guy is this is when I think of an incel and an awkward person that doesn't fit in and would get rejected, I see
Yeah,
his face on the milk carton box.
he
Absolutely.
he fits the profile of some of the profilers that have been speaking about it.
Absolutely agree with you. Now, am I saying he's the killer? No.
No.
Could he be? I think so. Well, he
Oh, he
could be.
did. She
You
said,
could want.
Pippi Longstocking said that he followed Madison.
Yeah, I saw that, Pippi.
So then
And
oh my gosh, he's a
okay, guys,
liar.
listen. Let me get my notebook, guys. Let's take a couple notes on this. And no, I'm not trying to sound like armchair detective, but think about this. What were the three people? Okay, we have besides Ethan, we had the two girls in the bottom. We have Xana and Ethan in the second, and then we had Madison and Kaylee. The two on the bottom weren't touched. He doesn't mention them at all. What was the one person's name who he didn't say?
I didn't
He
catch
met
that.
he met Xana. He met Kaylee, but he was not good with names. He never mentioned Maddie, but he follows Maddie. How,
Hmm.
excuse my French, fucked up is that? So the one that he follows is the one that he can't remember her name. Hey, Zandria. He's a creeper.
And I wonder if his window is one of the windows that faces their house. I mean, it doesn't face it, but if you go out into their walkway or their balcony, whatever they have, you can see that room, I believe, because I
I'm
try
gonna
to
have to
map it
go.
out. Yeah, on
I'm gonna go
maps.
find the exact apartment where he lives, but I think we need to do a Google too on what he's going by as far as this chef Dizzy. Something's not right with this guy.
I have a question here that you mentioned hearing a lot of sounds typically from the neighbors. Is this because it's highly populated, poorly insulated? Tell us a little bit about the neighborhood, because a lot of us,
I mean,
all we see is only on the news. We're trying to grasp what this
I guess
neighborhood
you
is
could.
like.
I guess you would say it's kind of like an amphitheater here. It's like they live kind of like down like the hill, and then it's like a big open space. Everything's made of wood for the most part, and like
Yeah, alphabetized. We're not saying that he's the killer, but this guy fits a profile of being the odd ball out. He's 30 years old, Junie, and he's got a background. He likes to do what Aaron Carter passed away from. He's got major marijuana possessions, which tells me he's just kind of like probably a stoner. But I found that interesting that he remembered Xana, Ethan, Kaylee. Doesn't mention the two girls, but didn't mention Maddie because he's not good with names. But he does follow her. He's
Hmm.
weird. I bet he's peeping in windows too.
they would have little like gatherings outside on their like in the back door, and so
Back door.
I mean, and then they're like drinking a little bit and it's Greek row, so it's like yeah, you can usually hear like parties and like just like social drinking chatter, like around the block or whatever, like usually on weekends. It's kind of like similar vibe of like what you'd think of like a small downtown city, like, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Frat houses too,
I
fraternity homes,
agree.
probably have a decent amount of parties going on if it's a college
Yeah.
town? Is that?
It's, you know, lots of the block parties are kind of popular too. Like they'll kind of like, you know, like get in big crowds and they kind of like wander around, you know what I mean? Just like go throughout campus and stuff. Not so much lately, but you know, like you go from like sometimes they only stay at a house for like an hour or two and then they like kind of like wander around stuff.
That
I
makes
guess
sense.
in the winter a little bit less, but yeah.
Okay. And are you?
Go
ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
what's
to find the question. They were at like I want to say 1-ish p.m., 1:30.
Okay. So
From
shortly
the
after the police were called, then, in other words.
yeah, they came almost instantly.
Okay.
It's a big deal.
We have another question here. Are you a student? How long have you lived there?
I'm not a student. I've been cooking for like 6 years now, 5 years.
Okay.
I've lived here off and on for 20.
Okay. What about Sale University that he claimed he was a student at? And on his LinkedIn page, which I'll show you, he claims he goes to Sale University or college, which is in that area. Yeah, he's a chef. Maybe he works at the French bakery.
What was the last question? I missed it.
Let's see. It was. Are you familiar with the activities at the house? I assume they mean the crime scene. Like, you were at their house when you met them, right? I'm referring to a Reddit.
I met them. They were actually outside. I never went inside.
Okay.
But no, I didn't like. I was in my apartment all night. So.
Okay, the night of the murders or the crime, you were in your apartment all night.
I never really hung out with them. So like, you know, to me they were just like some normal sorority girls that drink every once in a while on the weekends. So.
Okay, and yeah, and when I was asking you about meeting them, I want everybody else to know, but you also decided to share an AMA on Reddit recently, which is when I reached out to you, and you did kind of mention meeting them, or at least Kaylee, and maybe you think you might have met Xana and her boyfriend. That would be Ethan. Bringing them a bottle of wine, perhaps, was that what happened? Or share us? Can you take us to?
Yeah, because I think the person I think I remember most is Kaylee, and like when I introduced myself, I think she was like the first one I shook hands with. Yeah, I just had like this. It was a pretty nice bottle of wine. I don't remember what kind it was, but it was pretty expensive. And you know, I was cooking with it. And I was gonna finish it, and I was like taking my trash out. So I don't remember why I was outside, and you know, just like, you know, like chit chatting, drinking a little bit, playing some cool music. And so I went down, and they were like drinking some beer, and I was just like asked her if she wanted this bottle of wine. I was gonna finish it, and they were like, yeah, fuck yeah. And then I was like, yeah, and then I was just introduced them, like the neighbor like lived upstairs, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, they were super nice and smiley. That's pretty much all I remember. I never met him after that. I was like, I always thought about crashing their parties.
No. He's so full of shit. I can distinctly remember Kaylee and her mom or her sister or somebody saying that she loved how the champagne and the mimosas looked, but she's getting excited about drinking a bottle of wine. I mean, am I the only one? This guy is probably looking for his 15-minute of fame, but there's not something wrong with him.
Yeah, and she asked him where he had met him, and he said not indoors but out in the front. But then he said but then he didn't remember because he was inside. So how can you be outside in the front and inside your home?
Yeah, we got to take. Yes, Dia, I agree with the questions at the end. Yeah, there's something not right with him. I'm looking where he's actually living right now as I'm watching this and watching chat, but I got the weirdest feeling off of him.
Yeah, and he has that drawing of it looks like a blonde and a brunette.
Well, we're going to look at the pictures after this video. Absolutely.
Okay.
Sometimes, but I never actually like did it. I usually got my own thing going on.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, you referred to them in the Reddit AMA as beautiful, joyful. I can't remember the other two adjectives, but yeah,
they seem wonderful. And some of my coworkers actually went to high school with them in Coeur d'Alene, so it's like it's a trip for us. So and they said they're super cool too. So it's crazy that
this guy is 10 years older than the group. I mean, I don't know. They don't seem like the type of girls that would be. Something's wrong.
that, it's like, as you think, when you think about these people getting stabbed, it's kind of like horrifying, because it makes you think that it can happen to anyone, like not just like people who are doing some shit, you know what I mean? Like just like normal people every day. And I think that's the really like spooky, scary part right now to some people.
Yeah. What's your thought about TV now, looking back? You probably didn't think too much of it then. Any ideas?
No, not really. It was pretty decked out. I think how like rims and windows. It just looked like a cool car, and that's why I noticed it. But I didn't I just assumed they were like one of the the people's parents. Like a lot of the students here have really rich parents, and they have nice cars. So that's just kind of what it like seems like to me. And I don't know. I saw I think it was a kind of like a deserty. It might have been. It was either like Arizona. It might even been Colorado, but I think, or like Montana. And like I saw one of those cars like parked up on the hill of a lot. I'm wondering if it was a white Elantra. I'm thinking back. I remember. Like I don't want to say it was or not, but that was the only other car I noticed that didn't seem like someone that lives there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not that observant, but I'm pretty. I'd say more observant than like most people, I guess.
Yeah. Liz is asking, did your coworkers knew them before or after the
No.
murder?
No. One of the next day I went to work, I had one of the dudes talk down and talk to me, and just like ask me how I was doing and talk, and was telling me about like knew some of the people or something, and like it's like, well,
He
that's
is
crazy.
wearing a
But I mean, that's like Coeur d'Alene's pretty local, you know what I mean? So like,
Right.
It's not that far off.
Right, and that's where you work then, is Coeur d'Alene. Is that?
No, I work in Moscow. No, I work in
Oh,
Poland.
you
Sorry.
went to high school with them in Coeur d'Alene, and you work in Moscow. That makes
No,
more
I didn't go
sense.
to high school with them. One of my coworkers did.
Okay.
I went to.
Okay, so he's saying the Coeur d'Alene. We know that that's where Kaylee comes from, and that's where Decor grew up, which is like north almost into Canada. But this guy comes from Pullman, and Pullman's exactly west of Moscow, and it's not far at all. Like the Washington state line is right there. So he had coworkers that went to school with them. No, something weird.
I went to school in Pullman.
Okay. All right. Sleuth Mom, it's good to see you. I want to let people know that for those missing, Sleuth Mom does a wonderful job covering important cases. Thanks for being here with us, Sleuth Mom. There's some audio. I would ask you this: you may or may not have heard a scream. You're thinking about it now. What was the party sound you heard, or if it was an actual scream you heard? There has been so much speculation going on, online and social media. I know you know that. You've been a part of that. We'll talk about that later. But there's been some audio making around of a scream. And I was just wondering if you could confirm that that was nothing you provided to any media anywhere, because a lot of people are trying to make connections there.
I didn't hear about it till basically people were telling me and things like this. And I was like, oh, LOL. Yeah, no, complete hoax. Yeah,
Okay.
I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
How many views has it got?
You know what? I'm really scared right now. That just really. What the hell did he just do? Hang on, I gotta slow this down. Chisme, did you see that? Yeah, he's crazy. Look at what he just said when she asked about that.
Were telling me and things like this, and I was like, oh, LOL. Yeah, no, complete hoax. Yeah,
Okay.
I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
How many views has it got?
It's on multiple channels, so I couldn't even tell you how many views the screen has received, because there's so many different
How many
outlets,
views?
not official outlets, but YouTube.
Yeah, I didn't record anything. I don't see how I would record something after I hear something unless I was already recording, which I wasn't. So
yeah, you've mentioned that you're an artist and that you're a chef. Do you ever stay up late doing your craft, working on things? Do you ever hear what's going on around the neighborhood ever?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess not. I mean, I usually listen to something, so I mean, I'm usually like zoned in on whatever I'm doing. But I guess it's kind of like on like the parties night. Like the like, I don't know, the parties are kind of just like noise to me. So like I hear that, and like every once in a while, like I'll hear like somebody return home really late in the night. But I mean, it's like semi-normal, like 3-4 a.m. Like it's not that late. People go over to people's houses and they hang out for a long time, and then they come home on the weekends. Like that's just like college life, I feel like. And like sometimes I'll just like listen to some music in my bedroom to like kind of like tune out like anybody who's like super super late or loud. And then sometimes like you'll hear just like people walking down, like, I don't know, sometimes yelling, but not like, it doesn't happen like, I don't know, it's not super loud, but it's like, it's campus, it's noisy, but I mean, it's like you can hear what's going on, I guess, sort of like with close vicinity, but yeah, it's usually just noise. Like there's nothing.
Yeah,
like,
he's contradicting
you want to listen to. I guess it's kind of weird. I guess like, you can kind of like, our walls are really thin, so like certain places you can hear like certain areas outside or inside, whatever.
Even the host is like, oh gosh, what did I get myself into?
Mm-hmm.
But like he's slouched over, he's wearing a scarf. I don't know what he's looking, but I'm trying to figure out what that drawing is on the back wall and why that light or that clock is so tall. And that blue thing, I don't know. That might be one of his juggling sticks that he sets the ends on fire.
Yeah.
What's it called again, Chisme?
Staff?
Something staff. Yeah.
Combat staff? Let me look at it
No.
again.
Because when I first heard it, it was
contact
like
staff.
Contact staff.
When you do a
Yeah, that
spin
might
and
be a contact staff stick. But he's got crap all over the floor.
mm-hmm.
And what is this? I'll have to do a screenshot and see if I can find out.
Whatever, but I don't know. The place I think you can hear in that neighbor's house, I guess, is like in the house, like the yard. I feel like the yard is the place where you can hear the most things. Like, so if you're going to hear something that happened in that house, it'd probably be the yard. Like, I feel like the sounds inside, I'm guessing, wouldn't carry as much. Just because like again, I think that yard is sort of like almost an amphitheater set up a little bit. It's like it's got the hill and it's like down a little bit, and then above it is like the parking lot and another hill. So it's like,
oh my God,
I don't know, it's kind of like a meteor like hole in a sense. And so like I think probably like like in the middle, the sound probably resonates.
I mean, he's mentioning the Creeper Hall Hill.
Yep.
This guy is so
he's too detailed in that,
Exactly.
He mentioned the parking lot, the amphitheater, and
Woo.
And I feel like when he's lying, he turns to the side, like you said, what is he looking at? And I think when he's lying, it seems like he's lying, he turns away.
Yeah, and watch the way he's saying something that should be a yes, and his head's going back and forth on the no.
Yeah.
Around.
That makes sense. And You Can Call Me Patches is also saying college towns are just noisy sometimes. It's hard to tell what's what. A request for clarification. Back to the SUV one more time that you saw. Can you?
I don't think so.
Confusion in chat. Okay, so you're saying you don't.
I don't know though. I don't. She drove a Ford. I don't know. A Ford's not that luxury to me. I don't think I would have noticed that. I mean, it's a nice car, but I don't think it wouldn't stand out to me. I don't know. It just stopped me because like I drive kind of a sketchy car, and it's kind of decked out, and it's like, I don't know. I noticed like I've always been into like cars with like rims and tinted windows and stuff like that, and this was like one of those cars I'd be like, man, probably if I was younger and rich, I probably would have bought it. So I think that's why it stood out to me. But like, yeah, it's just it kind of seemed like either a baller or like somebody's rich parents. That's kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
God.
Nervous laugh.
What's the speculation? Do you talk to neighbors? What are people saying about this?
No, I'm a hermit. I'm super hermit. I don't really talk to anyone. I talk to a few of my really old friends. I talk to I hang with my coworkers sometimes. And most of the time I'm super busy in my crafts. Like
he's an
I don't know. I have and I have like, I don't know. There's like a girl I hang out with, and that's about it.
Okay. Does it make you nervous at all that this is unsolved? Do you feel nervous?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit?
I mean, it's pretty brutal and like, I don't know, thought out killing, I guess. Like it's like kind of scary, and it also kind of scary that it just happened to some ordinary people. So I think everyone's a little bit spooked now, you know what I mean? Like, I guess in the city this shit's like semi-normal or whatever, but like not here, like I don't know. So I think I don't know, it's kind of scary that this would happen ever, like especially in this town. So
yeah.
And it's like, it's like you think about it, it's like what kind of protection can you get these cases? Like you can lock the windows, you can like put strips and stuff, you can get a gun, but like this dude like went in the house and killed them before they could really react. They grab a gun or whatever. and left, and not anybody knowing. Like that's scary. You know what I mean? So like thinking about people doing that out, especially like on your block, is pretty spooky.
Yeah. Absolutely. It is. It's and thank you. Hello from England. We are so sorry to hear such a horrific crime, they said. Thank you so much. Have you talked to law enforcement since that first day they came over and asked you if you'd heard anything?
Yeah, I did once.
Once? Did they come over to the neighborhood again to talk to everyone, or did you go talk to them?
No, I wouldn't. I just talked to them later.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us about that, or is that
no?
Okay,
that's off the record, Chef.
Thank you. And by the way, this is a channel where I will ask a lot of questions, but I also respect my guests. For those wondering if something's off the record.
So he's saying that he went the second time to talk to law enforcement. So what I know is that they initially knocked on the doors and he spoke to him. The second thing that I know is that he walked over to the scene and told one of the detectives there that he heard a scream. But this was almost 3.5 weeks later.
Yeah. And here he says he heard a scream like murder. Blah, can't say it.
But why wouldn't you have told the police on the initial knock that, you know what? I heard, I think I did hear some screaming, but didn't think too much of it. And then he does that.
Yeah.
That's going to make me cough. I can't do
The
that.
nervous laugh.
But it's like a weird, and he admitted it. He's a hermit. He's an incel.
Or you don't ever want.
I got his phone number, guys. Maybe I'll try to call him after this.
Want to answer? That's all you need to say, and we move on. So thank you. You know, you posted on your Facebook. I'm going here, by the way, to my phone, the questions I have written for you, and I'm also getting questions over in chat. While I look, you have mentioned
Hey, Hummingbird
on your own social media pages and even posted some of the proof that you've been.
Dun, da, da, da. Hey, Hummingbird. I have to pause. This is a big event, guys. Hummingbird in the house. There she is, guys. See? I told you I didn't kidnap her.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, you don't know Hummingbird, Chisme?
No, I've seen her name.
Oh, I'm going to have to make a phone call whenever she's not busy on the three-way and let you meet the heifer. I love
Money Moves is just got out of the hospital. We're praying for
Money Moves. I'm sorry.
We're praying for you.
Maybe we'll get Hummingbird on panel later. My heifer. I mean, I don't know. This guy just screams to me that I would honestly, at the end of the day, probably shit my pants if he ended up being the person of interest.
Yeah. He said that he locked his doors, and I thought he said I put strips or something like that, is what he said. What are strips?
Well, they were talking about what people were doing around the campus to, but it was crazy too how he said that, they could buy a gun, but it happened so fast to the point where they wouldn't have been able to grab the gun. And he made it perfectly clear that he's never been in the house, but he follows Maddie, and that's the one name that he won't mention.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Getting harassed yourself and feeling the wrath of true crime. Tell us.
And like I said, guys, her channel and the link is in the description.
Tell us a little bit about that or what you've been going through.
I don't know. Kind of, it's almost hilarious to me that people think I did it, and they're like telling me like, "Yo, you did it," and it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like the equivalent to like flat Earth theory to me when I like read some of these like Reddit conspiracies and shit. I don't know. I've been mostly ignoring it, but try sometimes like reading it gets to me, but I don't know. It's the other time it's just like it's almost entertaining to me, but it's a little bit scary too. I'm like, what are these people trying to get me? But it's whatever.
Yeah. Cheshire Cat is saying are there cameras in the area? Do you think anyone might have been able to catch anything that happened?
I doubt very many. No, there's not a lot of thefts or break-ins or murders or really anything that happens here. People leave their doors unlocked, windows unlocked. It's generally pretty safe. Our apartment complex didn't even really have lights in like the hallway or cameras until like right after. Then they put up like some motion sensors and stuff. But like, you know, there's like, for the most part, this neighborhood's like pretty dark, and we kind of, I don't know, I kind of liked it. You know what I mean? It's like at night, like there's no lights, and you kind of go to sleep really easily. But yeah, I don't think very many people have cameras because they don't really feel unsafe in this neighborhood or whatever. Most people know people too, so it's like whatever. Yeah, it's not a really sketchy neighborhood, you know, like just a bunch of college kids. Yeah, I know apparently some of them have like doorstep neighbors. I know, like, you know, just in the 21st century, a lot of people have like security cameras, so there's like probably some stuff around. But it's like me, like I bought a cam for my car just, you know, in case whatever. But it's like it's been like, you know, like a year and I still haven't put it in my car. So like,
oh wow,
you know, like that's how safe I, you know, it's like I just like never really felt the need to like actually put it up. But now I'm like, I should definitely put that shit up. I wish I had it up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
would people sleep with their doors open in this town? Is that kind of the
I don't know about that far, but I'm not gonna say it's never happened. I accidentally walked into somebody's house because the door was open, and I was trying to go to a friend's house when I was like 17, and I like opened it up, and it was just like some dudes on the couch. I was like, oops.
Excuse me, I put something in private chat that you might want to pull up and read. It's a post that this guy's this guy is just a creeper. Oh, he's so weird. I'm gonna call him.
Shut the door back to halfway. Like, oops, went to the next house. It's like, oh, cool, this is the right one.
Yeah. It's like Good Angel. A lot of people are just asking for confirmation, which I actually really value. As a journalist, I was a television reporter for 10 years. It's really good to hear and see things and then to ask for more confirmation always. So they're asking, is this actually you commenting on Reddit doing the AMA? They want to know that. Yes, this is him. Thank you. Thank you for answering that. Thank you, Sleuth Mom, for reminding people that this is very true. I'm trying to read everything in chat, and some moderators are helping a bit, but I am missing some things. You can send and post something in a super chat or leave something in comment, but I don't know if we'll have the same guest again. So I'll do my best, though, to get to your questions. And thank you again for being here. A lot of thank yous are coming through for you being here and coming forward. What have you heard anything about the
Money moves? I am truly sorry to hear that. My prayers and thoughts for you. Seriously.
Yes,
Say a
sending
prayer,
healing
guys, for
vibes.
money moves.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that. My thoughts and prayers, money. And if you ever want to talk, the email is monkeygirl@live.com. I'm sorry.
alcohol offense at 3 a.m. Do you know about that? It was behind the Sigma Chi house, and we have body cam footage from that. Do you know anything about that or heard of that?
I haven't. It's the first I've heard of it. I don't really pay attention to the media or news really at all. You know, I'm a stick juggler. I kind of in my own world most of the time. But yeah, no, I don't. You know, I'm super hermit. I kind of like. I live like one of the most introverted lives you can imagine. But no, I'm curious though. Tell me about it.
Well, it was, and I already have one correction. Thank you to everyone in chat helping me with these little details. It was on the Banfield. It was about 3 a.m. There's body cam footage now that has come out from it. It was the morning of the murders. So people are, you know, zeroing in on different things they're seeing in the body cam footage that was released, taken on the Banfield at 3 a.m. And I know that you sometimes hear things, not always. You say you were asleep all night. What time did you go to bed that night, by the way?
I don't know. I'm probably around like 2:30 to 4 a.m. I don't really look at the time after I get at home. So it's all just like with a range based off of the activities I was doing.
Yeah. One more confirmation.
It's funny because as I was looking into him, I actually found an article that was at a Pullman, Washington, but I didn't think it was him. But I have his AMA. It's actually really long, so I'll probably post it for you guys. But the one little part here, 12 years ago, I was charged with second-degree robbery with a stolen firearm, felony possession of mushrooms, MDMA, which is ecstasy, meth, and I know that because one time I had a kid call me and go, Molly's on board. I'm like, what the hell is a Molly? Anyways, years ago. All charges were dropped, rightfully so, and I went to prison for possession with intent to deliver MDMA. I'd like to share what happened and how I got there. Yeah, I don't give a shit. But I am going to post this link. It's like a book. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's a character.
Well, it looked like he got nervous when they mentioned that other camera.
Yeah, something's not, like I said, guys, do I think that he did it? Probably not. I think that he fits a lot of the profiling, but if he ended up being the guy that did it, I wouldn't be surprised.
To do with SUVs, but now this is about if a black Explorer that was parked there daily. It was parked behind a red Jeep inside the crime scene tape. Everybody sort
I
of.
don't think it was that one. No, I'm gonna review the footage again, but I don't think it was that one.
Did you see a black Explorer that was parked there daily with crime scene tape around, or did you notice the vehicle?
Yeah,
inside the crime scene tape?
so. I think I noticed a lot of like dark SUVs, and I just kind of assumed they were like FBI or police or something. But this was like this. I'm pretty sure this other car was different. And it had.
She's not even talking about when the police were there, about seeing SUVs there. And he comes out with, yeah, but I just figured there were police or something. Oh no, guys. Something's not right. I've already found like 12 contradictions of.
Yeah.
And what about the naked picture on his Instagram or Facebook that I'm going to show you? Like, who does that?
Oh yeah.
He just admitted too that he was an introvert. He's an incel.
It had out of state plates. That's one of the things I noticed about it. I think this one didn't have out of state. The Ford Explorer or whatever. I don't think that had out of state plates. I could be wrong, but this one definitely had. It was like
right.
I almost want to say it was Utah, honestly, but it was like barrenish. It was nice. It was hard to see, but it was like barren place, like deserty. It's like Arizona or Utah, Colorado, Montana. It's like mountainy maybe. I think it might have been mountainy, but yeah. So I only saw 2 cars that had out of state plates. So.
Okay. Julie is asking, genuinely curious. She's not being confrontational, and I can confirm that because Julie's a very curious person. She's curious. Why would an introvert move to a party town? Go ahead. Sorry.
This is the only place I can afford with vaulted ceilings.
Yes, Jennifer, I have his number. I'm gonna try and call him after this video. I'll try it on speakerphone, see if he answers, and I'm gonna go. I'm kidding. I'm gonna ask him to tell me about the hill behind Maddie's room, and then I'm gonna ask him how come he never mentions her name, but she's the one he does follow.
Juggle at home. I need like at least like 10, 11, 12, 13 foot clearance. So
he's talking about it.
It's hard to find. The apartments like that are hard to find anywhere. So
no, never mind.
And like the ones with vaulted ceilings are usually like luxury places. So you have to pay like a premium for them. So this was cool. I was living in Pullman, so I was like paying a lot, and I had because of my felonies, I couldn't really move anywhere for 7 years. So after 7 years, I instantly moved into the first place available with vaulted ceilings. This is where I ended up.
Gotcha. I will admit, I've been admiring the ceilings in the background. They're beautiful. Those ceilings.
Yeah, pretty dope place.
Yeah. Miss Wales asked, did the dog bark lots, or did you know? And I think they're referring to.
I did not know the dog. Okay. No.
Does anyone in chat know his address in Moscow? Hey, Gerald. Something's just so off with him. I can find him in Pullman, but I cannot find the address on him in Moscow.
At the dog, I didn't know there was a dog until pretty recently. Actually, someone asked me why the dog was spared, and that's the first time I heard about the dog.
Okay. And did you hear any dogs barking ever? Were dogs typically barking in the neighborhood or nothing?
No, not really. Not usually.
Murphy didn't bark.
Decently quiet at night, I feel like. Sometimes I don't know. I really don't hear a lot of animals, honestly.
Jess, you're going to try to make this live go 5 hours, and I just got my internet reset. This name is IN A-N. His middle name is Ahmad, Amaud, and his last name is Harsh, Harsh, and he comes from Pullman, Washington State, and he's 30 years old.
I feel like if my cat will maybe make a dog bark every once in a while, but that's about it.
Yeah. Again, our deal here is this is like, consider this like Reddit AMA. You can answer any questions here you want, and you don't have to answer any questions you want. But Jamie is asking.
It's all over the news, Eagle.
Where did it go? Someone is asking, somebody was asking if you wanted to go further. They mentioned you had a felony, and you talked a little bit about this on Reddit AMA. Do you want to go into that now, or?
I've got 3. Well, I don't have 3 anymore. They're expired.
His background
expired.
Right. His background is mixed into oh, wait a second. Let me show you real fast. I'm going to send you guys this link. Remind me at the end of the live, but this is the AMA that they're talking about right here. Enan Harsh, he just said right now that it was him. And this is how long it is. Oh God, I got carpal tunnel.
I was looking at his lips, and can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. And there's a picture of a guy with a ski mask, and I was looking at his lips because I wanted to compare him to the other guys.
Yeah.
But I couldn't find that picture today because I wanted to compare him to this guy's. He's wearing a ski mask, not the one with the complete black face, but
I know
another
what
guy with a
you're
ski.
talking about. I'll show that picture after I have the ski mask picture. So
Okay.
also, if I'm talking loud, guys, I'm sorry, but I have a horrible chest cold. See,
Oh my
horrible.
gosh.
I know,
Wheezing.
and it's coming into my head, so I can't hear because my ears are clogged. So I'm sorry if I'm yelling. During him
Bronchitis.
talking, I take notes and I Google a lot of stuff. So I went ahead and Googled Chef Dizzy. Came up to an Instagram page, but now the page is not found. I'll show you what I'm talking about real quick, and let's finish this video because I got a great video after this. I went into here to look for Chef Dizzy Moscow. Comes up the Reddit AMA page. This is the Instagram page that's out of business. And then I don't know what this is from the Olive Branch Catering. Jeff Rathbun. But anyways, I went to that page and like I said, he took that Instagram page off.
Be right back.
You know what, Hummingbird? All right. It's because I've been handling money. I blame the money. And Hummingbird, 2 weeks ago, my ex and my oldest were here, and we were at the hotel and casino, so who knows? All right, here we go.
So they're off my record now, as of like 3 years ago. So
okay.
It's been like 10 years. I had 3. Had a possession of marijuana, had a possession of MDMA with intent to deliver, and I had a delivery of MDMA.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, and let's see. We lost you for a bit. Are you back?
Yeah.
You're back. Can we hear you? Okay, we can hear you. All right. Thank you, Stephanie B, for reminding everyone that's here to please, if you like these types of interviews, hit like and subscribe. It helps us know what we should continue doing as a channel. And Liz is asking, this is a great question, and I want to take this question a little bit further. She is asking, have there been any normal parties at the Sigma Chi house since incident, or any parties, or has it been really quiet?
No, I haven't. I haven't really noticed anything since then. But I honestly haven't been really I haven't been home as much lately on the weekends, but yeah, it's been pretty quiet, honestly. No, because there's definitely been no parties at the house recently, and I think there was like maybe one, but I can't really remember anything outside of that. It's been pretty tame recently.
Okay. Yeah. Has it been quieter around town since this event?
Yeah, I mean, it's also like you have to think about it too, like the cops are everywhere, right? Like, nobody wants to party. Like the cops are like there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot next to our neighborhood. Like, and there's like probably like another 5 like in the house like all day. There's always one that's there all night. So it's like I don't think anyone's trying to be with, you know what I mean? Like for whatever reason. So it's kind of funny. I thought they were like, just trying to like speed trap and pull people over for like the first few weeks, but then I realized that they're just nonstop working on this case. So they're always here. But I'm sure people are trying to throw parties with that happening. You know what I mean?
Right. Totally. Liz, thank you. And I want to correct my words. I called what has happened 4 weeks ago an event. What I mean is an absolutely horrendous crime and tragedy. Forgive my sometimes not the best words I use. I don't mean to. Lives can be hard while I'm multitasking with chat. There was a great question from Julie Holden. I don't see it now, but essentially, has the restaurant you work in, without telling us what that restaurant is, has it been quieter?
No, I mean, people can't stop telling me about the conspiracy theories, and it's actually been providing a little bit of humor in these times, because they're pretty hilarious individuals. So like, I don't know, they just keep like making fun of these new conspiracies, and so it's been an interesting time for sure. So the first week it was really quiet. I didn't say like probably like really anything for the first few days. Like I was at work after it happened, but after a few weeks, it's starting to get better. I don't know. I have the other day I was thinking about it and I was pretty quiet, but we've been trying to like, I don't know. It's best to just try not to think about it, right now. But it's hard also because like we're surrounded by it everywhere. But
right. Yeah. Speaking of speculations, you live in the neighborhood, which means there was somebody that did this. Do you speculate without naming names? We don't want to name any names or anything or identify people on our channel. But do you ever speculate about who could have possibly done this?
I mean, for sure, but no one fits the bill. Honestly, when I think about all my neighbors, I'm just like, no way. Like everyone, I think, even like who might kill them at the slightest inconvenience is just completely irrational and ridiculous. Like when I think about any like individual personally, like any personal like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own shit going on. To think of them doing this is just absurd. But
so with that being said, what none of your neighbors fit the bill. What type of person do you think this might have been?
I'm looking into I don't know if it's true, but I was looking into a report that said it was like almost a blunt, heavy object, and a really strong person did it. I'm kind of imagining like maybe like a hunter dude, like some like super mentally ill dude who's maybe experienced with hunting, who has like some type of like farm blunt stabbing object, and just like really waited patiently until everything was really quiet. Like maybe he knew about this weekend was being quiet and then went in there and did it. But I don't know. It's like, it's so bizarre. Like nothing to think about. It's hard to think about it because I think the first thing I try to think about is a motive. It just draws me into a bunch of blanks. So yeah, but I mean, there's like, there's surrounding areas that have like just have a history of lead poisoning. So like,
we lost you for a bit, or at least on my end.
There's surrounding areas that have like just have a history of lead poisoning.
That it's stabbing.
Wow. Let's see if we can come back to ask more questions. We lost you for a bit, or at least on my end.
Everyone, I think, even like who might kill them at the slightest inconvenience is just completely irrational and ridiculous. Like when I think about any like individual personally, like any personal like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own shit going on. To think of them doing this is just absurd. But
so with that being said, what none of your neighbors fit the bill. What type of person do you think this might have been?
I'm looking into I don't know if it's true, but I was looking into a report that said it was like almost a blunt, heavy object, and a really strong person did it. I'm kind of imagining like maybe like a hunter dude, like some like super mentally ill
Blunt.
dude who's maybe experienced with hunting, who has like some type of like farm blunt stabbing object,
Now
and
it's
just like
stabbing.
really waited patiently until everything was really
Waited.
quiet. Like maybe he knew about this weekend was being quiet, and then went in there and did it. But I don't know. It's like it's so bizarre. Like nothing. Thinking about it's hard to think about it because I think the first thing I try to think about is a motive, and that's like it just draws me into a bunch of blanks. So yeah, but I mean, there's like there's surrounding areas that have like just have a history of lead poisoning. So like
Lead
yeah.
poisoning.
We lost you for a bit. On a prior done. And then again, I want to go first. With that being said,
He's deferring.
Oh, thank you, Money Moves, so much. I greatly appreciate that. The best channel full of sincere and kind human beings. Thank you for the welcoming me with open arms in just a short amount of time. Blessings to you all. You all matter to me. Aw, thank you. We love you here.
Blessings to you.
Hey, Nina. So what do you guys think about him? Come on, I'm not saying he's the killer, but I wouldn't be surprised if they arrested him. He is so weird.
Yeah, and he was. It seemed like he was trying to blame someone else that they suspect, or his name came up. Jack S. He kept saying someone who's hunting, who's into hunting, who's a hunter. He repeated it.
Yeah, first he goes that he thought it was a blunt object, and then he comes into it was a strong person with a sharp object. Let's go look at some of this guy's post. But I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna share my whole screen so that I don't have to keep sharing a window. So I'm not gonna see chat for a minute.
I'm not saying he did it, but I wonder if he could have sharpened one of those contact staff.
Okay, so this was his original post. Come on. Let it load. Okay. Enan Harsh, November 15th, 2 days after. 4 killed in stabbing across street. No screams, no evidence, no trace. So like professional killers? But why on 3 sorority girls? Shit doesn't make sense. So he doesn't even mention Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go here. He says, that's just basically the same post that was taken. He says, I thought living in Tweakerville was crazy. Now I'm in Greek Row. 4 people found dead in my neighbor's house. And let's look at some of his posts, like this one. June 20th. And then we have this one. And then let's get into the one with the cat and the chicken.
Yeah, that's the one that freaked me out. But yes,
So
Lily Pad, this is the first time I heard about a blunt object. Yep, I heard it was a sharp object.
it was
But
a
he's
it was a the cops came out and told us it is a fixed a blade like a K-bar.
yeah,
Same
but
weapon
he
that
said
David
blunt.
Rollins used. Huh?
He said blunt.
Exactly.
Did. Mm-hmm.
And remember he mentioned the wine coming over
Mm-hmm.
and drinking the bottle, look at a gallon of empty wine.
And then if he probably tried to give him open bottle of wine, they probably said, "What the heck is wrong with you?" You know.
But he said that Kaylee was like, "Oh yeah, let's drink the wine." Kaylee said that she does not. She likes the mimosa or something, the way they look, or champagne,
Yeah. Hmm.
but she can't stand the taste. We got this picture. Now, what does that look like to you guys? I know it's chicken breast completely stabbed, but
To me, it looks like a
why?
gouge.
Why is the leg hanging here?
Yep.
Right? And then we've got this one. My re-ups look a lot different today than they did 10 years ago. Same, except switch the knife out for a phone. Let's see what else. He's strange, but that's all I have on him. So he goes from not hearing screams to 3 weeks later, he heard a scream. And let's not forget about his background. Let's see. The huffing. Yeah, I'm going to call him.
He said he had thought about crashing one of their parties.
Right?
He's not in their league. He's out of their league.
Oh, most definitely. And he's too old for them.
Hmm.
But he's definitely got a little record, too.
Well, I wonder if he sat in there listening and was saying, "Oh, I wish I could be there. I wish I could be, part of the crowd. They're rich kids." Because he did say something like that.
Yeah, he's definitely different.
Yep, that's
I mean,
right, Nina Park.
if he wasn't coming out and talking and didn't do the interviews and they said they had a person of interest, I would be almost 1,000% convinced that it was him. All right, let's go check out this where they're talking about the white car today on
16-year-old teenage boy who's collecting samples outdoors for an experiment in Placer County was found deceased in a remote area near a rest stop.
oh
And actually
gosh.
no foul play expected.
They always
So,
say
especially in
okay.
Placer County.
So I figured that we would watch the interview of him raw. Now let's go to Law and Crime and see what they say about this. I have not watched this yet because I like to watch it with you guys and be like, what? Ah. I need Kaz's yellow duct tape.
I
So
do.
let's see how they break this down. Idaho student's neighbor breaks silence as cops zero in on a white Hyundai.
Like a scream, but like that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night. So like I didn't really like think of it. And so but like yeah, just looking back, I was like I wonder if like that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming. Like it's actually like murder.
Police collecting surveillance footage
Murder.
from the night of to an interview with an interesting neighbor. We break down the latest in the University of Idaho murder investigation with renowned former homicide detective Bill Waters and true crime host Lauren Matthias. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
I like Jesse Weber.
Well, this investigation is not cold. We get tips every day that are viable. We get dozens and dozens of tips. We sort through them, we prioritize them, and for sure, some of them are not good tips. They're not even relevant to the case. But every single day, we get a good amount of viable tips, and those tips help us do everything from clear people who maybe there was some speculation about, to further some of the theories
He
that we're
looked
working
tired.
on.
Well, it's another day and still no arrest, no suspect, no recovered weapon in the University of Idaho quadruple murder case. 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves, 20-year-old Madison Logan, 20-year-old Monica Nodal, and 20-year-old Chase. Bodies found in their off-campus rental home out in the college town of Moscow. As we are now in the 4th week, there is new information that is coming to light about gas station footage, an interview with a neighbor, and we thought it might be beneficial to do maybe an in-depth review of where we are right now. So joining me to break all of this down, I am joined by legendary homicide detective Phil Waters, who spent 23 years in the Houston Police Department investigating
I
more than
like Bill
400
Waters.
cases. Phil has been incredibly generous with his time. He's been helping us out here on Long Crime to understand the inner workings of this investigation. And we are also joined by Lauren Mathias. Lauren was a TV reporter for 10 years and actually a former Idaho reporter. She is currently the host of the True Crime Podcast and YouTube channel, and she has been actively following this case. Phil, Lauren, it's great to have you both here on Sidebar.
Happy to be here.
I like that. You timed that both perfectly at the same time with the thank yous. Lauren, I'm going to start with you.
Lily, people have been accusing him on Reddit. So Enon decided to go and write a big document that I'm going to post in the description, or I'll post it here before the live's over. But yeah, so she reached out to him and asked some questions, but now he's starting to come to other people. I think he did another interview, but I've heard enough from what he had to say. There's something, he's definitely, in my opinion, an introvert, which he admitted to, and he's definitely an incel.
Yeah.
He's strange as hell.
And he's nervous as hell.
And that laugh and the looking away and the shaking the head. Yeah, let's hear what the professionals will tell us a little bit what they thought about what he said.
Something really interesting. You sat down and had an interview on your YouTube channel and podcast with a neighbor of these students, someone who lived in that area.
That's
but
her.
I first want to start with why you approached him for the interview, because the way that I understand it, he had some activity online and he was making contradictions about maybe what he saw and heard. So can you summarize who exactly he is and what he saw and heard?
Absolutely. His name is Enon Harsh, a neighbor of the 4 victims, and he did make contradictions. You're absolutely right. So after the murder, the day after, he wrote, wow, my neighbors, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I learned that my neighbors have been murdered. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scream. He later on went on to edit that post and took out that he hadn't heard a scream, and is recently saying, you know what? I might have heard a scream. Move forward, he did a Reddit AMA. And in that Reddit AMA, he decides to mention that he'd met the victims, or at least some of them. He mentioned Kaylee by name in that memory of bringing over wine and meeting them, saying they were beautiful and joyful. All of these things kept coming and coming, and I thought.
And let me just say for the record, before I get my lazy butt up and go get my little chihuahua with her broken legs, I have never seen what we're watching right now before right now. Oh,
I just saw the beginning of it.
Oh shit. Oh, I don't even know if I can handle this. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I have got to talk to this guy. What else does he know?
And Phil, I'm going to get to you in a second about what your impression your impression of him in a second. The reason I'm going to do that, Phil, is because Lauren, my understanding, not even my understanding, I was watching your feed of this, and in the chat room, people were very skeptical of him. It seemed to me, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that people might think he is the actual killer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of, it's almost hilarious to me that people think I did it, and they're like telling me like, yo, you did it, and it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like the equivalent to like flat Earth theory to me.
Did you think there was anything strange about his responses, and what were people thinking of him?
Okay, before I continue, my chihuahua does not have broken legs. She's going to be 16. She's old and she's spoiled. And when she wants to go get a drink or get down, she barks for her mama to come do everything for her. So we joke around and say that her little legs are broken. Hey, Buffalo.
Well, I need to investigate that, and I'm going to find the guilty party. Just kidding.
But th- yeah, this guy is wait a second, guys. Let's take a breather for 1 sec. I want to show you. I'll show you guys. I got a great picture of Monkey sticking her tongue out. Monkey's the original channel owner of this YouTube channel. She just lets me use it. She's a Chihuahua, and her name is Monkey. Okay.
I do think there were things that were strange about his responses. I think that I do want to know again more about him, and I think it's fair that people are questioning him in general. I know that true crime sleuths in the true crime community get a lot of flack from speculating about certain people, but I want to say he is the one that has come forward. Let's lay that out here first before we continue. He came out and stated he might have heard a scream. He came out with a Reddit AMA. He has shared a lot. So what we're processing as a true crime community right now is things he's chosen to share with the public. I do want to lay that foundation here. I think it's fair that people are skeptical of him. First, contradictions, changing stories, going as far as editing his Facebook post to say he heard a scream or he did not hear a scream, excuse me, and now he has possibly maybe heard a scream. In addition to saying he had met the victims, that was what was most prominent to me in that Reddit AMA. Wait, you've met them? He's never said that before. And then I thought it was interesting that he then said he couldn't remember all of their names in this long Reddit thread, and then referred to Ethan as the boyfriend, her boyfriend. It was the way he said it in the Reddit AMA, referring to Xana. He mentioned Xana and Kaylee by name, said he couldn't remember Maddie, although he does follow Maddie on Instagram, and then said her boyfriend, Xana's boyfriend. He also said that in the interview with me, he called Ethan the boyfriend twice, and I finally said Ethan's name. This is strange to me for someone that lives next door to these victims. We all know their names and you don't. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and he said on there that some of the nicest neighbors. He loved his neighbors. They were really nice people. Phil, for people who don't know, you are not only a legendary homicide detective, but also a master interrogator. You've sat across from a lot of people trying to get information from them. What was your take on what you saw from this gentleman? And again, Lauren's right. He came forward. So what's your take on this?
Well, my impression of him is that he has inserted himself into the investigation for his own purposes. I told you before we get on the air here that I was most impressed with his profanities and use of the word "like." So as I look at his,
yeah, I will tell you that as a broadcaster myself, I took a little issue with it. I think he said the word "like" maybe 23 million times, but other than that, I tried to get to the substance of Phil. So,
well, it got to the point where I was going to start counting them just for the entertainment value. But I watch him. It's hard to get a real good reading because it's on a video. Of course, he's on a camera and so forth and so on. Because I'm not seeing the total picture here of him, but what I can see through his narrative there, he is using the word "like" because that's a filler word. He's trying to come up with a few seconds there to determine what he's going to say next, and he uses it repeatedly.
Hey guys, Sean Six Larkin here from On Patrol Live. The holiday season's upon us, and if you're looking for that perfect gift.
Wow. What do you think about that, Chisme?
Yeah, he's using the like word as a filler word, and he sure does sound guilty, and they agree.
But even what she said, what I was talking about earlier, how do you not know Maddie's name and you follow her on social
Yep.
media?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just absolutely blew me away. Oh, please, Santa Claus is not coming to my house.
Why? You been bad, naughty?
Mm-hmm.
See, you confess guilty as charged.
The body is he does a lot of looking around, and I'm not talking about eye stuff.
Wait. Another thing that I wanted to say. You notice what else he didn't show? One time.
His
What did he
hands?
not show in that interview?
Hands?
His hands. Why
I don't know
didn't
what
he
restaurant he works at.
He said what restaurant he worked at, but I think he said it was not in Moscow. He didn't show his hands, not one time.
Nope. Not even to scratch his face, even though he was nervous.
Wow. And that scarf is kind of interesting to be
Yeah.
wearing inside of your house.
About just
Yeah,
his
and it's not
mannerisms.
even a
He
winter
does
scarf.
a lot of this, and there are a lot of subtle shoulder shrugs. You'll be getting into a discussion, and you'll see that shoulder start to pump. Those things together would indicate to me, if I was sitting in the room with him and had a better view of him, that there is a possibility of some deception in what he is saying. Now, the description of this SUV now all of a sudden that has come to light. He talks about, oh yeah, it's this really hot looking SUV, this and that, and he's really drawn to those types of vehicles. That's why he noticed it. I think he said that Kaylee drove a Ford, which is not in his mind a really high end
But he
luxury
couldn't
vehicle.
remember the license
And then he
plate.
talks about the license plate was either Arizona or Montana, and then later on he adds in Colorado. So I guess we're going to cover kind of the
God, I'm
Midwest,
good.
Southwest, up to the north part of the country of what this possible license plate was. So a lot of things there in the discussion that don't tell me that he's being authentic. And then what Lawrence talked about here, that the fact that he came out at the beginning of this and said,
I wrote that down in my notes right here that he spoke about the hubcaps, the car, the this, the that, but he couldn't tell you where the license plate was from. Interesting.
Even I can tell you.
I mean, he knew the details of the chrome on the wheels, but he gave us 6 different states that the license plate could possibly have been appointed to. I mean, come on.
Yeah, what color were they, or what were the letterings, the design? I'm
Couldn't
sure
tell
he
you.
knows. And if he's a car enthusiast, he shouldn't. He should know. But I think he's trying to divert the attention of the license plates to different states. Down south.
But he could definitely too, just wanting to get his 10 minutes of fame. But why would he want to get that 10 minutes of fame if he claims so hard that he is an introvert? Just it's all over the place.
Because he's desired it for so long, and now he's finally getting it.
Mm.
He's
I don't know
desired.
nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I wasn't, blah, blah, blah. I barely knew these people. And now all of a sudden in this interview with Lauren, all of a sudden he was going to go crash one of their parties, I think is what he said. So
Yeah.
my impression of him, and I alluded this, talked about this with you, Jesse. In my mind, if I'm one of the detectives, he's a suspect. He's a possible suspect.
That's the interesting thing, right,
I
Lauren? So
agree.
my understanding is he spoke with the police. This is somebody who spent time in prison. Did you get any sense from him about what he told them or why they were interested in him?
I didn't. What we do know right now is that, according to him, police allegedly were knocking on many neighbors' doors the morning of the murders, asking if they had heard anything. And he admitted that they knocked on his door and he talked to them and he shared what he knew and he shared about that night. I did ask him specifically in the interview, have you talked to police since? Have you talked to law enforcement since that time? He said he had. It wasn't quite clear, but it sounded as if maybe he went to law enforcement, but that was not said, that was alluded to. So I'm not quite sure, because I did say, did they come to you? Did you go to them? He said, oh, I talked to them. Yeah. Could you share more about that? No, he said, no, it was off record and we moved on, because on my program, if someone doesn't want to ask or answer something, we won't force the issue. But he said that was off record. He didn't want to share what that other conversation, at least one conversation, was with police.
Weird.
Phil, real quick, because there's other aspects of the case I want to talk about, not just focus on the neighbor, but what questions do you think were asked of him? And do you think he's been officially cleared as a suspect at this point? Because we know the police department has come forward and saying, we've gotten information, we're clearing suspects, we're following up on leads. Why do you think they met with him? And what do you think they asked him?
Well, he's going to be talked to because he lives there. So that's going to be one of the first people as they do that canvas, I'm sure, of the neighborhood. They're going to talk to everybody that they can get in contact with. And I am sure that they may have seen the very same things that Lauren alluded to about these changes in what his, for lack of a better term, his testimony might be. So now they may have seen, I don't know, of course, but I'm speculating here that they may have seen the very same post that Lauren saw and other people saw and said, well, maybe we need to go back and revisit this. And there may have been some things that he talked about in the first interview that were unsettling to the detectives at the time. And it's not uncommon. I mean, I did it myself. And in fact, I can recall a time where I brought a witness in. And the longer that I spoke with them and taking their statement, all of a sudden I had an epiphany and I realized that I'm talking to the suspect. I'm not talking to the witness. So, and I'm not suggesting that he is the person, of course. He is a possible suspect, and whether or not the law enforcement detectives have cleared him, I don't know. Only they know that. But I think it's a very odd. It's a very odd conversation between he and Lauren this morning.
Well, as we continue the discussion about the Idaho case and we talk about, what was found or who was around during that time, obviously him hearing something, this neighbor hearing something is going to be really pivotal. But moving beyond that, there's this new detail that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. And there is that the police collected 8 hours worth of surveillance footage from a gas station. It seems that there was an assistant general manager who looked back at this footage and had kind of a weird feeling, wanted to look back and saw this white car passing at 3:45 a.m. And remember, this is important because we know the police were asking the public's help in identifying a 2011, 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the crime scene around the time of the killings. We don't know if this car on the footage is that car in particular. Lauren, your review of this case, what are you thinking about this car? What are you thinking about what might be on this gas station footage? Because it is another piece of information that we've just learned.
Yeah, my first answer is I don't know. My second answer, which is where my brain goes, which is where my speculation leads, is this a suspect? And I'd love to ask Phil this because I've wondered, the way the law enforcement worded it, we think they might know something that can help the investigation. They might have seen something. That's fair, and maybe that's true. But I've also wondered if it's further that could this be a possible suspect? And I'd love to throw that question back because these are the things that go through my mind, and I wish I could understand the layout of the town a little bit more too to understand how close they were or where this gas station is. But those are the things that cross my mind.
So Phil, over to you. Obviously, they collected all this footage. What are they looking for now? What are they dissecting? Who do they bring it to analyze the footage? What are exactly they looking for about this car?
Well, they're going to be looking at and just as an aside here, we talked at the beginning, Jesse, the things that I would be doing. And one of these things is accumulating all the video that you can. When they put out this description of this Elantra, that prompted that manager at that establishment to go, I'm going to go back and look, and here we go. So this is a great lead. There are things you can do to the video themselves. There's some enhancement things you can do to it, but there's only so many pixels. So you're only going to be able to enhance it to a certain level. They're going to have people that are going to be, the detectives are going to be looking at this and trying to determine, is this in fact the Elantra? I know I had a case where I had the video of a vehicle that was leaving the scene of a capital murder. And it was kind of a side shot, and it was through a window that had some shading on it. But we got the general outlook of what the vehicle was, and ended up determining that it was a 2015 to 2016 model Toyota 4Runner. And I went to, so what I'm suggesting here is that they're going to look at this video and they're going to try to put together the silhouette of that car, and if they can get a distinct picture of it, and then they will start to put it together with different types of vehicles of the same make and model and of the same similar makes and models. And that's what I did. I went to CarMax and lined up 4 SUVs, white SUVs, and we eventually got, because of the rear taillights, we got down to it. So a huge piece of evidence. I know Lauren, she'd like to know she knows those are the suspects. And that's that's the thing about these types of investigations and that I've been involved in, the high profile stuff. Look, there is a certain amount of information that detectives are going to release because it is part of the strategy, and they make tactical decisions within the investigation. They're not going to come out. There's no purpose of coming out and saying, hey, we think these are the suspects, because that's not really the point. The point is that we've got a vehicle here. We would like to talk to those people, and we would need the help of the public to getting that vehicle identified and getting those people identified.
That's true, Jess. It's funny, too, that Jess says that he just happened to go to bed around the time that the murders occurred.
Before he said that he didn't pay attention to the time.
Yeah, and he goes on to say it takes him 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep.
And now here's what happens. We have a business owner, a manager that decides to go look back at some video a month later, and bingo, we've got the vehicle that may be the one that police have been asked to be on the lookout for.
And Phil, that makes total sense. Obviously, Lauren, people are criticizing law enforcement here. They feel there's a lack of information coming out. We know that Stephen Goncalves, we've done sidebars on this, the comments that he's made about law enforcement.
We've always closely guarded the information that we've discovered at the scene and our investigative information because we want to protect the integrity of this investigation. And just look at social media and the rumors that fly out there. A small piece of information that has speculation added to it just takes its own life on the internet and starts rumors. And then we find ourselves not only tracking those rumors down and trying to quell them, but also we see our tips that come in are geared more toward the rumor, not the facts that have been put out.
After everything you've seen, and I feel like you and Phil will probably disagree about this, are you confident in the investigation? Do you think that there are things that are not being shared? Do you think that there's been miscommunication by law enforcement? I just saw a report the other day that someone saying that maybe the Moscow police should hand this investigation over to a different agency. So what you're seeing right now, and we know that one of the biggest dangers is misinformation and rumors being spread. It can derail an investigation. It can target the wrong people. It can create a lot of problems. That can be caused by a lack of information from law enforcement. Do you see that as a problem from the investigation?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this a bit. And you're right, Phil, we've been on opposite sides of this. As a TV reporter, I was the one calling you and saying, can I get an interview? And you're the one doing the investigation. Right. So, and half of my career was spent in Idaho working with police officers. And then, I am having a hard time with the way police, law enforcement, Moscow specifically, are handling this. I think that they're fueling the speculation. Honestly, every time they bring up in their press releases, the first few paragraphs are don't listen to web sleuths and don't listen to true crime, the true crime community, the social media sleuths out there. I'm getting calls from the media saying, hey, will you talk as a representative of the true crime community, a true crime sleuths, because they keep bringing you guys up. So we got to know what's going on. That's happening because they keep talking about them. You know what I mean? That right there is an issue. But let's go to the investigation itself. Yeah, I get so excited to get these releases. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Again, don't listen to anyone but us. Don't listen to the true crime community. It's wild speculation and criminal charges are coming. And then here's what's going on. And then they don't share anything with us. So then they don't hold press conferences and the media wants to report on this and people. And so if the police aren't talking, who are they going to talk to? They're going to talk to the true crime community. If they're not going to be a voice, the media's going to find a voice. We want to know what's going on. I'm going to interview Enon on my channel if no one else is going to tell us what's going on.
To you, Phil, for a response
there
to that.
You go, girl.
We don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We don't know the level of progress, and they're holding a lot of details close to the vest. So I'll give you a chance to respond.
She's the only one to stand up for us.
Well, I would agree with Lauren to a degree. At the beginning of this thing, and to set the stage here, and Lauren, you're more familiar with Moscow, Idaho than I am, certainly. But you're talking about a community here of about 28,000 people. It's a college town. You've got a police force that's got 36 commissioned officers and support personnel. You have, in the last 15 years, they've had 7 homicides. And in one day, they have 4. The chief, at the beginning, the first presser that he held, was clearly overwhelmed by what he had seen and what had happened. And he just did not know how to handle this. And that's not a criticism. That is simply the reality of where that chief was.
Yep.
And so the optics were, from the beginning, was this, as Lauren has stated, this communication problem with the families, communication problem with the media, and the general public. So that started then. That fuse got lit then. And once that gets started, it is hard to put that sucker out. And so then you go forward, and now you have the police department vis-a-vis the chief comes out and he says one thing. Now they put a captain up there after that, and he contradicts what was just said. Then they come out later and they reaffirm what they said in the first place. And it just becomes and really that little discussion was about targeting. And that kind of is a semantic discussion. Clearly these 4 young people were targeted. The unknown here is, did this person know them before they walked in there and did this? Or were they watching them from afar and walked in there and had some?
Jess, he's been to the police. They did the door-to-door knocking and he spoke to them. And then he claims that he went to the police and spoke to them. But when she asked what they spoke about, he did not want to disclose that information.
No, and he made a weird facial gesture too.
But they have to be on. Is he a person of interest? I don't know, but you would think he would have to be. He's just an oddball.
Weird bone to pick with these folks. We don't know that. But, and then there's the optics are that the police aren't communicating. They're hiding stuff. They're saying things. They're misinformation, this and this. And of course, that lights the fire with the true crime community. And now we get all the conspiracy theorists that start coming into this thing. And I will just say, from having been on the other side of a high-profile investigation, many high-profile investigations, that the media has their job, but it is law enforcement's job and the detectives, the chief of that department, whatever it might be, to make sure that they are clearly communicating with the media, the public, and the family. And it's not as easy as it sounds. I mean, people want to make it sound like, oh yeah, they can just do this and that. It ain't that easy. In real life,
No.
this isn't going to get solved in 43 minutes without commercials. I mean, that's just the reality.
Nope.
And so they're trying to get a handle on the communication thing, and now they've turned it over to a PIO, which after that first thing with the chief, that should have been done right there, and then the detectives should be feeding the information to the PIO. This is what we can release. This is what we are not going to talk about. And then the chief I know there was a big deal made about the chief being asked about an open door and he didn't know anything about it. Look, that's not a big deal. It really isn't.
Enan
That chief
said that.
is not being.
Okay. Another thing. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this live, and I never watched my lives over. Right? What did Enan say that he noticed the next day at 8:00 in the morning?
The door wide open. Yeah, the DNA was Jeremy, the first guy that talked to the media. Yep, he said that. And then this guy, he said he didn't know anything about it.
And the police chief said that he did not know anything about the front door being open. Another contradiction.
Being briefed.
Unless he's some type of. How many times did he call himself a hermit? A couple times. Introvert, all this. So it's kind of weird, like Jess said, and Hummingbird, that he's going to put his face all over and get involved if he really is an introverted hermit crab.
Yeah.
And now the door? What?
Lauren's husband is a
detail,
psychiatrist.
The what?
Lauren's husband is a forensic psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The one that doesn't get along with you know who.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to name names,
every piece
Jay.
of evidence that they've gathered in this investigation, he should be being briefed. It's the big picture. Here's the progress. Here's what we've done. Here's where we are, and here's where we need to go. So I'm a little.
I don't have time.
I don't say upset, but I'm a little disappointed in the fact that this chief is getting beat up mercilessly by all sorts of people, media, true crime people, whoever the people are out there that are criticizing him, and just having been through these types of things. I know in our department at Houston PD, if the scene was a very high profile, the chief might come down and make a couple of statements to open up the questions, and then it would be turned over to the detectives, turned over to us, or that maybe the captain of the homicide division that comes down and does the same thing. But and then if the chief needs to answer a question, he would step in and he would answer the question. So it's just a matter of your experience in these types of events. And I'm sorry, but that chief in Moscow, Idaho, does not have that experience. And again, that's not a criticism. That's just the reality.
And look, this is also a college town. It's transient.
agree.
It's not uncommon for there to be loud noises or screams with parties. It's a very interesting crime scene. Lauren, we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to long on time, I should say. Final word real quick about what you'd like to see next. And also, do you have any working theories on where you think the police are going to go? I know it's tough to know. I know it's tough to gauge, but you've been following this case really closely. I'll give you the floor about another 30 seconds or so to give some final words on where you'd like this case to go next and what you might be planning to do if you have any interviews lined up.
Yeah, where I'd like this case to go next, I'd like to see it solved. I don't think a lot of us thought we'd be here 4 weeks later. I don't know about you two, but I'm surprised. It's been affecting my mental health. I mentioned that in my interview with I can't imagine. I think that it's a bit startling for me to think that we're 4 weeks in. It does concern me. It concerns me that this might go cold. It concerns that they might not know a lot. And when I say that, I mean law enforcement. But maybe they're processing evidence. Maybe they'll get DNA. I would like us to have more information too. I would rather than them coming out every time there's a press release and chastising the true crime community. I hope that they share with us more information. I hope that there's process. I hope that we learn more. I hope that more people will come forward to do interviews like the one Enon did. Whatever anyone thinks of Enon, I'm grateful he came forward and spoke to me. And I hope that more people do come forward and do interviews. Maybe Phil feels differently, but I can't imagine it hurts anything to have more voices and for more people to understand what's going on in that town. And I hope that we can, rather than point fingers and criticize one another for what everyone's doing, is join together. Let's work together to to hopefully get justice for these 4 victims in such a tragic case. And I know that we're short on time, but I do have one more question for Phil, if that's okay. I do want to ask him what he thought about Enon saying that he thinks it's funny people are accusing him of this crime. I asked him that, and he thought it was funny, comparing that to Jeremy Reagan, another neighbor that's been accused, and he was sort of horrified and upset. And just that's short on time.
Yeah, let's not forget about him either. The one that walks his dog and peeks up into the windows. He's an
Yeah.
incel too. Introvert. I mean,
Yeah. And does he walk
there's 2 of
through
them.
the alley or what? Because they have curtains in the front, I believe, unless the law enforcement put it there. And I think they reported it. They sent the video to law enforcement, Junie.
Hopefully, Gerald, the FBI lab, took over in that situation. I don't know if there is DNA, and if there is DNA, obviously, it must not be in the system in Codex, because you would think that if it was. But then again, if he was arrested on all those charges in Washington, Enon, I'm not sure if you would think that his, what, I would have to Google that, what the criteria of Washington state in order to have your DNA taken if you get in trouble with the law.
Well, he should, because he was in prison. But okay, when you're in prison, you learn how to fight with the shank. You know what I mean? You
Uh-huh.
learn where to stab, where to, I haven't been there, but we all know about it. But anyways, another thing is that if he works with fire, he knows how to protect his skin, his body, so he won't get burnt. So, that could have helped him. If I'm not saying he did it, but it's just speculation. He would have
He
been
never
protected
showed
in
his
his life.
hands.
No, he didn't.
And even though the scarf, which I agree with Jennifer, is like a fashion scarf, but and you're going to be on camera, but I don't know. He's a strange little being, in my opinion. Okay, let's finish this.
But I did want to ask the aching burning question in me, and I'm not the profiler here, but he said he thinks it's funny he's being accused, and is sort of enjoying it, and I just wanted your thoughts on that too. Very different than Jeremy Reagan.
Yeah. Phil, tossing that over to you, because I remember you had said that you think he's coming out for his own reasons. So the fact that he thinks it's comical that people are accusing him, what do you think about that?
Well, the term that I would use if I was sitting in the interview room with him and he brought that up, and I think he smiles, maybe laughs a little bit. We call it inappropriate laughter. That is, he's making a point there, but then he's delivering it in a humorous way. And this is too serious of a matter for him to be doing that. So again, I think he's doing a lot of this when he puts his own little Chef Dizzy or whatever it is he's got on the screen there. This is his own aggrandizement. I think that he's doing a lot of this for. This is his 15 minutes of fame. But again, those little things, Lauren, it's good that you got him on there. I was very interested in that interview. But to your point of that, more people need to come forward. The problem with that is that you get people like him, or that are worse, that come forward because they just want to get their face on a camera somewhere and say a bunch of crap that means nothing to anybody, and it further confuses everybody else. And then again, we have this conspirator theories that start revving up again. Look, I'm just telling you that those detectives, they're not going to release stuff, and you know this, Lauren. I don't have to tell you this,
but why do that if you are supposedly a hermit crab? Why? It doesn't go together.
Because he's always he can't help that he's a hermit, but he wants to be popular. He wants to be like the rich kids. He wants to, live, and hang out with those beautiful girls. And now he's like, I finally got accepted. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That lady's name is Lauren Matias.
Her link, guys, is in the description of this video. I already put it in there.
And you know what I noticed with that contact staff? You can hide a blade underneath that stuff, or the fire sticks. You can it looks like you can hide a sharp object underneath because it has like a ball on top, like a wick thing. I don't know what it's called. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna
If
show
the
you a
cops
picture of
went
it
by
real quick.
there to find a knife or something, they wouldn't think of looking in there.
Let me show you a picture of him running around with
They
his
might.
fire stick.
Yeah, poker. You're right, Gerald.
Here he is. I think his leg is on fire.
Oh, his that the
That's
scarf. He's like, ah.
yeah, that's
Oh
what
my
he
God!
does.
And what if you have two knives? He had two staffs.
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
They're not going to release things that are going to compromise the investigation. And look, they've got 6,500 over 6,500 calls and emails and tips and all that stuff. They've got hundreds of pieces of evidence. This DNA stuff takes a while to process. They've got so much blood evidence. I'm just telling you, it's a very complicated scene. It's a massive scene, and it's just going to take time. And everybody would like to see this thing solved right this moment. But that's not the reality. But these guys they called in the state, they called in the FBI. They're doing their due diligence. These guys are working hard, and I'm confident that it may come down to that you know what, I had one of these that lasted for 5 months, a triple kill, and I had the
Oh
entire
no!
on video, had the person on there shooting these three people on video, and it was only 5 months later we were doing cell
Wow.
tower dumps because the guy was on the
And
phone
they
at some
want
point.
to
What I'm telling you is that
turn
what
the home
solved
into
that
the
case,
landlord.
one
Turn
story.
over the home to the landlord.
So his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, calls, and that's what broke it wide open. And that may happen
Wow.
in this case. You know, what I'm praying for these guys is that they get that phone call. They get that one person that says, you know what, I've got the information and it's eating me up and I need to make that call.
Yeah, no, look, I think the best way to explain it is when there maybe is not enough information out there. There's sometimes too much information out there. But look, I think at the end of the day, we're all looking for the same goal, and we're going to see which way this shakes up. Phil, Lauren, thank you both for taking the time. I really appreciate it. I encourage everybody to take a look at Lauren's interview with Anon, and they can be a judge for themselves of what they thought of what he had to say. But thank you both so much for joining us here.
Wow. You have to admit, he's a strange little bean. Okay. This is the one I
Thank you,
want to
Money
plot.
Moves.
That's Chisme Patrol. Drop your link, Chisme. Your TikTok. If you guys have TikTok, she does videos, and she's the boots on the ground girl in Texas who was searching for Lena Sardar, Jordan Tompkins. She's been on a lot of searches. Well, look at there's Kaz.
Cass.
Kaz has the key.
Yeah, I haven't gone, but I'm planning on going really soon. Maybe tomorrow. Now that y'all got me thinking about it, I have a video that's coming up. It's got about maybe 6 or 7 missing people from San Antonio. Other people besides the ones I've looked into.
Yeah, money moves, and talk about commentary on her videos. Oh, she is funny.
Oh, that shit got me in trouble too.
She
Not in
is.
trouble, but people criticizing me.
Kaz, you've got the key, babe, but I know it's coming up to birthdays and you're taking care of the house, and you ignored me all day. She doesn't love me anymore. Hang on, I have to
I'm
call,
sure
guys.
she do. We love Kaz.
Okay. He's in my description too, guys. This is the latest video from them, and it's the challenges of tracking the Idaho killer. And he's got some very interesting panel guests on. He's in Miami. If you guys think that you recognize him, trying to think of the talk show or the morning news break or something he does in Miami. He's been around for a long time. I grew up down south in Florida,
Yeah.
and I
He doesn't
remember.
look familiar to me.
Okay. Yeah, he's in my description also. The only one that I didn't put yet is the law and crime one. Okay, here we go.
Surviving the survivor.
Kaz, come on up, boo, if you want.
What's up, STS Nation, and welcome back to another exciting episode.
Oh,
Of course,
thank you, Hummingbird.
days, still no suspect in these Idaho murders, and still no murder weapon. Hard to believe, or maybe not so hard to believe.
Where is that, Leslie, on Twitter? Am I yelling?
No.
Ooh, my ears are clogged.
Oh, Eileen. Yeah, I was thinking about her the other day.
News on college killer. Oh, we're going to go look after this video. We'll go to Twitter and see what's happening, and we'll pop over to Reddit. Okay. Let's hear what they have to say. Let's see if we can handle it on 1.5. Okay.
We're going to talk to our experts about this in just a moment. Quick shameless plug. It takes a lot of work to do
Could
these
you
podcasts.
handle
So
that,
we'd
guys?
love some support on Patreon. You go to Patreon, plug in Surviving the Survivor, get some ad-free content,
No, I
behind-the-scenes
can't
footage.
handle that.
And our first virtual meet and greet with the queen herself, Carmela Waldman, is slated for January 5th. She is a Holocaust survivor, is a true crime addict. She's also a licensed therapist, so she can talk about just about anything. So we would appreciate that. Without further ado, the woman on the bottom got some of the sharpest
I like
women
her.
in the world on this podcast tonight. And they're investigators. They know what they're doing. The first woman, Tracy Walder. She's one of the few women to serve in both the Directorate of Operations at the CIA and as a special agent at the FBI. Turns out we have a mutual friend from the CIA. From 2000 to 2004, Tracy served the CIA's Counterterrorism Center Weapons of Mass Destruction Group, followed by the FBI's Chinese Counterintelligence Team. During her time at the CIA, Tracy traveled to war zones in many other countries and met with President George W. Bush on several occasions. After leaving the CIA, Tracy became a special agent at the FBI's Los Angeles field office, specializing in Chinese counterintelligence operations. I need to get my kids to learn Mandarin.
Wow.
Tracy now works as an author and adjunct professor of criminal justice at TCU, which is Texas Christian University, and she's the author of the
I don't know, Chisme. These chicks are pretty educated, interesting. FBI and CIA.
Yep.
And one
Girl
speaks
power.
Mandarin. Oh shit! I don't know if we can watch this. I'm a little jelly. I'm only kidding, guys. I do like the girl on the bottom though.
The older
All right.
lady is a nurse as well.
If the way he comes off, I have a feeling the lady that's the Holocaust survivor is his mother. Kitty, say hi to Hummingbird. What? You say hi? Say hi, Hummingbird. She heard you?
Do y'all
Yeah?
remember Mad Max?
Hummingbird, he came right to my face to tell me that.
expected spy.
She doesn't speak Hebrew. No. Nah.
And there's an unexpected cough as I'm dealing with a little cold, so I apologize.
Oh.
On top of her, Monica Jordan, the great Monica Jordan, who's in 2 episodes in one day through the magic of television. She is the president of Jordan Research and Consulting, one of the nation's most sought-after private investigators. She does.
Really, Kaz? And you didn't even tell me or get a hold of me. Well, you tell her I said congratulations.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Start planning a big wedding. Mama.
Hey, Kaz, do you think we can convince her into having a baby now? So we can get a grandkid out of this? Yeah, sure. I'm only kidding. Oh, that's awesome, Kaz. Tell Matt Mel that I said, congratulations. And I'm happy for her.
Did not mess around. Her firm is based in Tallahassee, where she concentrates primarily on criminal defense and civil cases in federal and state trial and appellate courts throughout the United States. She's handled more than 50 death
Hey,
penalty
Leslie, we're
cases.
going.
Among the
We're going to
names,
run a
Eileen
cruise
Wuornos,
ship.
the movie The Monster was made about her, a serial killer from the great state of Florida. So thank you, one and all. Appreciate you guys being here. Obviously, people are riveted.
Did you hear that? This great state of serial killer from Florida. And
Yeah.
I when did I tell you and Kaz that I just got that Danny Rollin feeling altogether?
Yes, from the get-go.
Yeah, and I forgot to show you guys the other night, but I'm gonna show you tonight Danny Rollins knife collection. And on that knife, on that tray in the middle, he's got two K bars that look like the ones that we've shown you with the lighter handle. Mm-hmm.
By this case, and I start each show. I like to say the names of the victims because oftentimes this becomes a whodunit and we forget about them. Apologies again as I get over this cold, but let us never forget the young lives lost way too soon. We've got Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Goncalves, 21, Xana Kernodle.
No, Hummingbird. Get it right. We are going to collect money and all pitch in, and we are going to rent a damn cruise ship. And we're
Woo!
coming over in style to Australia. And then we're going to bring the kidnap kit, and we're going to duct tape and kidnap Kaz, and we're going to bring her back with us. Yeah, Heffa, because you never call him anymore. Now watch. He only talks to me when I talk to him. Kitty, do you want Hummingbird to call you? Yeah? No? Yeah? Tell her. You want her to? He went, He wants you to call her. Him. Where are you, Jess? What state? Texas? Or are you traveling the country still? I don't like to say anything. Yeah, that's great news, Junie and Leslie. Okay, let's get into this, guys. I have not watched this. I like to watch it with you guys, but I bet this is going to be very interesting.
20 and Ethan Chapin. So there was a press release, essentially, instead of a news conference that was released, I believe it was yesterday, 2 days ago when this airs. And then it's been sort of updated since then in terms of honoring the 1 month mark. Police say that the first call that local police made after murders was to the Idaho State Police to have their investigative team come help. I just want to dissect this a little bit. Monica, to you first. Does it make sense? The first thing you're going to do if you're a small jurisdiction is call the state police to come on in.
I think so. I mean, they have stronger resources. And if you're dealing with a...
Don't make me, I'm going to cough. Hang on. I am absolutely dying what Money Moves just said. I can't. I can't. That is the best idea. We'll all take a kangaroo back in the States. I've made threats to Kaz. I said, if you do not go out into the fucking outback and get me a Joey, we're going to have an issue. He's like, well, what about a wallaby? Look, I don't want a wallaby. I want an effing kangaroo.
You'll probably get one too.
And while you're at it, grab me a koala bear. Right?
Are koala bears from Australia?
Yeah, I think we should all. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna work as far as getting the kangaroo to go over the water. But I think that we should definitely smuggle a couple of babies onto the ship on the way back. Like
Yeah.
Joey with boxing gloves.
Mm-hmm. Dress them up like in that one movie.
Ah, yep. So you figure, Kaz, she's not gonna. Oh, we're gonna listen, Kaz. You're gonna come up at the end and tell us about this because she better not elope. I don't care if we have to take a 40-foot fishing boat like the Perfect Storm. Oh God, and come over. We'll come over like when the Cubans used to leave Cuba, and when the Haitians would leave Haiti on those little boats with like 30 people on them. I know. I've seen them pull up on the shore when I lived
Yeah.
out in the Keys. Oh yeah, yep.
Wow.
That's why we. Ah,
And they don't have any food or anything. I'd probably be dying
that's
because I
why,
wanted to sip of water.
right, Leslie. That's why we need babies, like babies.
A really
Okay.
small municipality, a small local office, they may not have the forensic processing team that the state police would have. So I
You
actually think
have
that
to
was really,
wait now,
really smart of
Kaz,
them
baby.
to call in all the resources. I mean, it's not every day you walk in and you find 4 dead young adults. I mean, that's pretty shocking in any community. And I kind of have to tip my hat to their local police department because they did not let ego get in the way. And they said, listen, this may be a little above our pay grade and we might need more resources. So I thought that was a good thing to do.
You know, I want to dissect what police are saying. I think that's important. That's public information. Before we get there, I'd be remiss because you are two of the best in the country when it comes to investigative work and profiling and things of that nature. So, Tracy, to you, just a bird's eye, 360-degree view. What are your thoughts on this case in general? I mean, when you look at this, are you surprised it's been a month and 3 days by the time this airs? Is it not solved? Is there anything that stands out to you in particular?
So first, I totally agree with Monica in that I'm very impressed by this local police department. It's actually somewhat rare sometimes. A lot of times they do let ego get in the way. And so I think it's very impressive that they have been very much willing to bring in outside help. They definitely seem to know what their limits are and what the limits of their resources are. In terms of the fact that this has taken so long, I said this before, I think sometimes we're dealing with what I like to call the pop culture effect, right? The idea that, you see Criminal Minds or CSI and you get, like DNA analysis back in 25 seconds, right? Like it's just not how it works. And so I do think that in a case like this, whereas Monica was saying, you don't find 4 young folks slaughtered basically in a house every day, you are dealing with an overabundance of evidence. I mean, just probably a treasure trove of evidence, in my best guess. That takes time to process all of that. And I think that the police chief has said this before, they're not just looking for an arrest, they want a full and robust prosecution. And able to do that, they really have to methodically go through a lot of this evidence. And so I'm actually, unless a DNA hit came back in CODIS right away, which I actually don't think it's going to in a case like this, I don't think the person's DNA is in CODIS.
Wow. Hey, Casaboo.
Hello, darling.
Okay, I love you to death. We can't talk about Mel's wedding yet because we're going to get too involved and we're going to get too far behind. Even though I'm not in a hurry to end the stream. But this is what I'm talking about, guys. Let me show you this real quick. Come on. What you looking at?
Oh,
wow.
God.
Wow. Woo, woo. Look at those necks. Oh, come here, big boy. Come on. Whoa. Look at these guys.
They're two males.
Oh, look at the heads back. Got it. They honestly remind me of those little things that flap around at the car stores. Yes, they did, Paladin. Okay, let's get back into this. I asked Paladin to email us, Kaz, but he's never emailed us. I think he's afraid of you.
Oh, yes, me. Right. All right. Well, I'll stay up and I'll just listen to my phone and I'll just mute them.
Okay.
Well, I'll keep cleaning.
Hello, Ross. Tomorrow's his birthday.
Oh, I thought I was speaking. Leslie, I put the address in the chat. And hi, Kaz.
Hello, darling.
I thought I was speaking. I thought my mic was on.
Right,
I was speaking.
I love that. I have another one that Kaz sent me, but every time I play it, even without the music, they send me a copy claim. But
Oh,
it's the
get
one
in
that
trouble
goes
for
through
that
the
one.
fence. Oh, it's epic. Okay, let's go, guys. Here we go. Okay, Kaz, if you can chat like every 15 seconds or just cough or sneeze, I really have to go use the little girl's room.
Okay.
I do
Yeah,
too. Our
yeah.
relief is here.
Chisme, I go away for like 20, 30 seconds, and Chisme, like, Chisme, you got to say something for fair use.
Oh, crikey.
I'll be
Okay.
right back.
All right, you're both going to the bathroom. All right, I'm taking over.
And will you do me one more favor, please, Kaz? Will you type our email for Paladin so maybe he'll give us an email?
Sure.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to go back to 1.25. I can't handle 1.5.
It's going
What I'm curious, what, not to interrupt, but I just did. Why do you say you don't think it would be in CODIS, which is the national database for those who don't know for DNA? Why would it not be there?
So, and I'm sorry I didn't clarify that. Again, this is just my hypothesis, right? I can only hypothesize at this point. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I'm not, actually working the case for law enforcement.
Oh,
I just don't think that this is someone who has been caught offending before. They may have offended before, but I don't think it's someone who's been caught offending before. Therefore, their DNA is most likely not in CODIS, which is the national database.
And Monica, do you agree with that assessment? Do you think this is someone who's not been caught before?
That's probably more in Tracy's wheelhouse, but I was going to add that, when she hit the nail right on the head when she talks about this pop culture and our instant gratification. I mean, we had a case similar here, three dead babies, a dead mom. It took law enforcement 10 months to make an arrest. And that's when they knew they had a primary suspect the first day. There was just so much evidence. You don't just collect some blood samples and then go feed it through a machine and voila, it prints out a picture of your suspect. That's the problem they're going to have here. In Markel, it took 2 years for them to finally make an arrest on, Sigfrido and Luis Rivera. Danny Rollins, a terrible murder case at the University of Florida from the 90s, where they were decapitating people and putting their heads on shelves. It took them almost a year to arrest him. So this is probably the worst thing for these families, because every day they want something.
And it can go
But
longer than
I
that.
think we have to be prepared that this is going to take a long time. I just don't think it's going to be even harder if the person's DNA is not in CODIS or their fingerprints are not in some database somewhere. I think that could slow the process down, and that is a terrible thing to have to tell.
Remember the Delphi.
A mother or a father that's burying their freshman or sophomore,
5 years.
any age child, really.
It's interesting. We had a gentleman named Joseph Scott Morgan, who we'll have back on. He's a nationally recognized forensic expert. And
Stop.
not long after the murders, he compared it to the Danny Rawling case. And that's what the movie Scream is loosely based on. And then to your point, Tracy, people think it's like Criminal Minds. Last night, we had Bobby Chacon from the FBI on, who wrote a few episodes of Criminal Minds. Right. And he pointed out it is definitely not like TV. It takes time. Back to this sort of abridged and slightly changed police
She has
virtual press show. That's what I call it. It's not a news conference per se. They're just putting it up on the website. Some of the other takeaways, police say that the scene wasn't chaos, but it was very, very somber. Many college students standing outside and a lot of crime, friends trying to find out who was inside the house. Some family members arrived on scene. You're an investigator, Monica. Let's just say you're leading this investigation. You walk into that crime scene. What's the first thing you do? How do you approach this? It's such a massive and heinous scene.
Well, I do defense work, so my wheelhouse is more after they catch the guy, and then I Monday morning quarterback everything they did wrong, or how they could have done it better.
And that's really interesting, because that came up a lot yesterday in my conversation. So I had on Chris Anderson, who was on the show 48 Hours, along with Bobby Chacon, and they kept bringing up this very important point. And I think you can talk to this, Monica. You don't want to just solve the case, but you want it to be prosecuted for a victory, right?
Listen,
So
I can't think of anything worse for the victims, the survivors, the surviving roommates, the rest of these students, these parents, all of these people in the world that are, watching this. I cannot think of something worse than to catch somebody and then we have fumbled it on the 1 yard line and you don't get a conviction. I mean, I think we saw that in the OJ case where the whole world, was so mesmerized with this trial and they watched it for a year or 6 months or however long. And everyone had an opinion. Everybody thought they had a law degree. Everybody thought they were a cop. And I just think I would rather do it right and get the right person, because a worse thing than not being able to convict
Hummingbird,
somebody in this
that
is
is
to
one
convict the
thing I
wrong
would
person.
never call you an introvert.
Then you're just compounding a tragedy like exponentially.
And there's such a it's obviously it's such a high profile case in a different way than the Dan Markel case, Monica, which we've had you on for. This is obviously something very fluid right now. They don't know who the killers are, and there's just such immense pressure that you don't want investigators to fall short on something because they feel the enormity
Hummingbird,
and the gravity of the crime that they're trying to solve. But Tracy, to you, this I think you can talk about as well. The police go on to say it was really hard on some young officers who were very young. A little redundant. It was the first crime scene they had encountered, a very draining day. You've been in some very dangerous places during inauspicious times. How difficult can this be on someone who's coming into a scene like this?
Sure. I think I'm an open book about this. I have diagnosed PTSD. Your friend Mark and I, we talk about it all the time. I've seen some things. Obviously, I've seen death. I've had to put handcuffs on kids before. I've had to do things that I think are difficult. And I was quite young at the time, and those things do stay with you forever. We kind of call it the dark side of policing, right? And those are things that sometimes police departments, particularly one of this size, which is small and doesn't have a lot of resources, they may not be dealing well with the mental health aftermath of some of their police officers, right? We know that a lot of times police officers have high alcohol addiction rates, high suicide rates, those kinds of things. So,
wow. I just, it's so bizarre to me how it keeps coming back to the Danny Rawlin similarity.
They keep bringing him up, don't they?
People were going with Speck, which I thought was because of those two girls surviving, but it was not like they rolled underneath a bed after he took each girl out. And then some people, of course, the Ted Bundy. But Ted Bundy was a strangler. Danny Rowland used a K-bar knife.
He surely did.
And it says right in the report that he killed those kids with a K-bar. Huh.
yes, this is something that is incredibly difficult. You have to remember some of these police officers could have been 22, 23, really within 2 to 3 years of these same college students, and may see themselves in them. And not to mention some of them may be fathers, mothers of college students, right? And so I think they're seeing a lot of their own lives, whether it's themselves or their children, in these victims. And that is hugely traumatic. I think it's also hugely traumatic, at least this is sometimes how I felt, to realize what humans are capable of. I just remember seeing, some really graphic things and some graphic crime scenes and thinking, wow, there's a dark side of humanity, right? Not to get too cerebral, that I never thought about as being possible. And so I think that those are very real things. I don't think that this police department has seen a crime of this scale and of that nature. And really some pretty gruesome details have sort of come out, which are surprising to me. They were talking about bagging their hands and those kinds of things, which is all normal, actual standard operating procedure. But I think the public, that's gruesome to the public if it's not something they're used to dealing with and talking about.
And that's something that I was going to bring up. Some of the
And then, of course, the latest on what Steve Goncalves said about them being tear marks from what the coroner said.
Yeah, gouges.
Yeah, the gouging to the point where that they would not have been alive for a while. It would have been fast. Just,
the details. Quick shout out to Mark Polymeropoulos, your friend from the CIA, my friend from childhood. This is our hometown, an homage to Highland Park, New Jersey. And I just realized there's his book right there, Clarity in Crisis. Mark is an expert in being clear at times of crises. So hopefully, Tracy, you and Mark will come back on this podcast now that I've publicly announced it. I'm going to shame him into coming on, and you can text him. So they also say, and you speak to this,
I have never heard of that. Paladin says this might be a copycat of Knife Killer Who Struck at University of Calgary. Are you in Canada, Paladin? Is that where you live? I was born in Toronto.
We'll forgive you for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that now.
Yeah, me too.
immediately. This is local police saying this. They put a system in place to process the information coming in. There have been a lot of emotional highs and lows over the month, they say, but an incredible amount of teamwork. Tracy, if you could, how is the coordination? How does it work between FBI, state, and local? And the FBI needs to be invited in, as I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you know, Monica said this really right out of the gate. I really do commend. I know there's been some talk that people don't think they're capable, but I really do commend this local law enforcement. I think the fact that they recognize right off the bat, hey, we're way in over our head here is huge. And then the fact that the state realized, you know what, the FBI has some evidence processing capabilities that we don't have, just in terms of phone analysis, cell phone tower analysis, the CAS system that they have to go through all of that data. Typically, state police don't have that. Some do, some don't. It really just depends. So yes, they have to be invited in, and they were invited in almost immediately. And I think, again, that speaks to the lack of ego, I guess, and the desire to solve this case from the police department, both state and local. They sort of put that aside and said, hey, FBI, we need this. We're in way overhead. And the FBI really does have pretty good ways at dealing with tips, dealing with information as it comes.
Kaz, pull out and scaring me. Look at what he just said. What did I what were we talking about the other night? Read his comment.
Kaylee was likely sitting up in bed, had a verbal pulled cut, and a killer thrusting from into her heart. She was falling back, got stabbed at night with 2 stars reaction. Ow!
Remember I said to you that I think that one of them, Maddie or Kaylee, had the neck cut?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I said it went in there right away and to the neck and all that.
Yep. But they
And
claim
he has
that
experience, or
they're
he's
holding
seen
back
stuff.
something. The police, I believe, if it was a stranger, incel, introvert, rejected type of guy of all of the shows that I have watched and documentaries and articles and oh my gosh, I'm brain dead. I think there was some type of sexual satisfaction in some type of demeanor. I don't know if he masturbated in the corner, and I'm sorry guys, trigger warning. Trying to say it properly or on one of on you know, I mean, Kaz, we watch a lot of crazy stuff through this trying to
We
figure
do.
out
And in the wound.
Exactly.
I mean,
And I
it's
wonder
almost as bad as that guy, that Yoni Barrios, who stabbed those people and just sitting in that casino in Washington State. They were just sitting there in the casino, and out of the blue, this guy stabs 4 people.
Yeah.
Why?
I
What
don't
did
know,
he
but
do it for?
think about all the serial killers, like the notorious serial killers. Mostly all of them, except for Son of Sam and stuff like that, but they were mostly hands-on, strangling, knives. I mean, hands-on. They wanted, even Ted, like they wanted to see them tortured. Or you've got the sick ones that would, hog tie them and then choke them out until they're almost dead, and then revive them and choke them out again. Like I've
Yeah.
watched some documents
Jeffrey.
What, Chiz?
Jeffrey?
I think I might end up in a padded room. So if I'm MIA,
No.
you guys
I'll
know
be your
what's
neighbor.
up.
And Kaz will be you'll be in the middle. But imagine if the same police officers, maybe they had been in that home before when they were in college or the academy,
Could have
or
been.
criminology classes and stuff like that. And what if they partied there?
Never know.
And cataloging all of that, they have the ability to do that a lot faster.
By the way, I become my mother. I realize I'm coughing, I'm sneezing, I'm chewing on cough drops, but you have a cold, so I apologize again because I know I actually get a lot more hate mail about
I bet he
me
gave me
making
cooties.
fun of my mother for this, but I've now become her. So I'll get the hate mail for the coughing and for making fun of my mother. So the double whammy.
Oh, yeah.
So
I
to continue
remember
to kind
his
of break
mom.
down this, what the police had to say about what it's been like over the last month. Monica, to you, they say the general public does not have an idea of the scope of the investigation and the number of people involved. The FBI command post is in the Moscow Police Department. Everything they would normally do is in Salt Lake City, that they would normally do in Salt Lake City, which is like just their regional office. They're now doing in the police parking lot. But that's a big statement that the general public does not have an idea of the scope. There are a gazillion cyber sleuths out there, right, Monica, who think they know better, who are very critical of law enforcement. What say you, as Bill O'Reilly, who I can't stand, would say? What would you say to those people?
Everybody wants to be a pirate till it's time to do pirate shit. And I mean, these cyber sleuths, I recognize that and I appreciate that. And maybe a tip, I mean, we have these people with the car, this white Elantra or Hyundai, whatever, and every little bit helps. But let me give you an example. They're investigating this white vehicle as this hot new tip. And we've expended a lot of resources looking into that. And maybe when we find out who's in the car, that's great. My fear is that we've expended all of, they've expended all of this resources tracking down this white car and trying to figure.
Who, Leslie? Who is this?
I think
forgot the name
of the video.
The people in the video.
We've got the CSI, FBI in the bottom. I guess she's some type of lawyer, he said, that could speak Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Mandarin?
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't think that far. I can't remember that far back.
And the guy on the top left is a journalist, newsman from Miami, Florida, who's been around forever. And the show is called Surviving the Survivor, and the link is in the description of the video. Yeah, all of you should step up to him. And yes, his mother is a genius.
Figured out, well, if we've spent days doing this and it turns out it's some kids that snuck out, they were underage drinkers, they took their mom's car, now's the time to tell your mom what you did, because we need to put this to bed so we're not spending 5 agents' time running down a bunch of kids that snuck out and tried to get some beer at the convenience store, because they're probably not the killer. I just don't want to see, when we run, and Tracy probably understands this better than anybody, when we expend.
I think that we should meet in Discord tomorrow and I'll stream the movie Scream.
Resources on things that turn out to be nothing. I'm not.
Well, I've seen it, but now when you watch it with the fact that they actually made it over Danny Rowland, I have to watch it just to see if I can see a different take on it.
Downplaying their importance, but it's all important, but let's not waste the resources when we have other things that we could be looking at.
And to your point, they put that tip out last week about the 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, as you just alluded to. And so many tips came in, whether it's something or nothing, that they actually had to redirect calls through the FBI because they got so many tips. So is that concerning at all to you, Tracy, that you make mention of one thing and it's just a flood of tips coming in?
Yes, for the lack of a better word, it's very concerning because it feels like a wild goose chase sometimes, right? And then you're almost playing whack-a-mole, right? Like it's kind of akin to that game. And in whack-a-mole, really, is anyone winning? I don't know, not until they're really all dead, right? And so the problem is when you're expending, like Monica said, all of these resources. I think part of the problem, and I've said this before in terms of law enforcement, what I find fascinating, and
see, Paladin, that's what we're about over here. We like to get together. That's why you don't see us going, breaking news, every lead. We sit back, the three of us. We talk. We gather information. We wait for the facts. Do we speculate a little bit? Yeah, but we speculate on, basically kind of what makes sense to us and what we see. But as far as this is the way it is, and if you don't agree with me, you can't be in the chat. No, we love to hear everyone's opinions.
Yeah.
Thoughts.
Do we alter HTMLs in newspaper articles? Absolutely not. Do we falsify recordings? Absolutely not.
No.
And we're
Just
nosy. We like to
Yeah.
dig into the backgrounds, the LLCs, the
Yeah.
deeds, and put it out there. Like, I still
Mhm.
have not heard anyone mention Xana's mother being arrested in Arizona on a 750,000 fentanyl pill charge, released, arrested in Moscow, detained for the same charge on an out of state charge, and then released on her own good recognizance. There's a lot of weird shit going on in this case, Paladin. That's why our chat is so laid back and cool, because we don't do the, oh, if you don't believe this, then we're not on your side. Then next week, these people flip flop and think something different. And then, yeah, we don't do that here. This, I
Yeah.
can't
And
do
Mar
that.
noticed the art in the background, and now other people are noticing. So that's good. Everyone to work together, but not make up rumors.
Exactly. I kind of just throw it out there. Like I said, do I think Enon is the one that did it? He could have. But if you were to describe him, like, if I feel that if the FBI, I'm sure they've already made a profile on him. I would love to see it. But I bet if the FBI profile who made it and it was out, I guarantee you that Enon Harsh has a lot of similarities to the person that the FBI have profiled. But that's my own opinion.
Yeah.
And I won't hate you if you disagree with me. I'll just be
I
like,
agree this time.
Hummingbird, get that person the F out of here. Over 50. H Bird will tell you after 50, people in chat, H Bird starts kicking them out because we don't want 3,000 people in here going on about some crazy crap. This is our little internet family, right, Kaz and Chiz?
yeah,
That
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I can't hang around, sweetheart. I only popped in to say hi. I'm going to leave it to you and Chiz. You're doing an awesome job.
Okay, well, listen, the next time we go live and you're here with us, then we'll start off the live with Mel's engagement information.
I put a photo of Mel and Dave in for you in Discord, so you
Okay,
can
I'll
see
share
the
that.
engagement picture.
Oh.
Because that's what she sent me. She said, "Can you see
Okay.
something in this photo?" And I'm thinking, what's she talking about? And then I saw the ring on it.
Okay, I'll show that. Chisme, remind me.
Okay. Yes.
All right, Kaz.
All right.
Bye bye.
I'll
Good
call
night
you
or
after. I'll
day.
call you after the live, Kaz.
Oh, all right. I'll have to make sure my phone's up because
Okay.
I've got a house inspection tomorrow, and I'm up to my eyeballs in cleaning products.
Oh, Mark. Look who came in.
Hello, Mark.
The knowledgeable Mark.
Hello.
Do you have any concept as to the trigger shown to this crime? Oh, this is
I'll
going to
let you
be
answer
good.
that. Catch you all
Yeah.
later. Have
All
fun.
right, honey. Love you.
Bye
Love
bye.
you. Bye.
Love you too.
Oh, maybe we can
Paladin's
get
been in 4 wars.
a Paladin and a Mark debate. Oh, that would be good. Huh.
Yeah, he's the
Okay,
one
guys.
that said he had a K-bar strapped to his chest
Paladin said
in
that.
Iraq. Yeah, in Iraq.
Yeah. But Mark has got some excellent insight, and he definitely has some. His comments under the videos have been very interesting. Okay, let's go,
The
guys.
trigger.
I know this isn't your question, but what I find fascinating, and I don't know, Monica, you can tell me what you think about this too, is that they're doing these updates or pressers
Yes, thank you.
digitally, posting it to their website, which I don't typically see that, right, in crimes of this nature. It's just not something that we see, and I think part of that is because law enforcement. I do think the one thing they have done incorrectly is communication. They just haven't done a good job of it, right? The house was a target. It wasn't a target. There, everyone's safe. It's a target, right? Like going back and forth. And that's what creates that public distrust. So I think going back to the Hyundai, the messaging and how they're getting that tip out there, if they couched it like what Monica was saying, hey, you're not necessarily in trouble. We just need to understand why you were there and where you were there. Maybe that might help someone come forward, right? But right now it's just very vague in terms of why they're looking for it. And I think they need to be
Actually, when we think back to the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, Chief Huff showed us the white Pontiac and that dark sedan, and he only said that he wanted to ask them why they were in the, well, not why, but if they saw anything at the time that they were in the neighborhood. And of course, now the creeper in the black shorts walking that we know was a convicted pedophile. That was part of the ring that took Monkey.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not even sure one of the cars, the white one, has ever still come forward in the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, unless Huff kept it close to vest.
a bit more specific and a bit more clear in their messaging.
Yes,
That's
we
been their
do.
biggest
Thanks for
problem.
your service.
They bring up the police department in
sure.
Moscow, and they say that rumors and speculation on social media have been by far the most frustrating part of this. They're trying to protect the integrity of the investigation, but rumors are flying on social media. So to you, Monica, I know
A lot of my great grandparents come from Odessa.
you primarily do investigative work on behalf of defendants, but how difficult is it to kind of separate the wheat from the chaff here and stay diligent as an investigator, knowing that there are rumors flying around that could upend it in some way?
Here.
Well, as you know, the first thing I thought right after I said, this Hyundai could be a nothing burger. I'm like, well, won't that be something if that's the killers are driving the white Hyundai? I'll look like the biggest idiot. But my point is that you have to check it all out. You have to verify the information. But it's really important, and you see this a lot. You don't want a Richard Jewell situation in the Atlanta bombings. You don't want to take.
I'm gonna have to make a poll. Is it even, what is the word I'm looking for? Reasonable that you're gonna drive up in your car with your headlights on a couple blocks from the house, get out, go in the house and stab 4 college kids to death, and then leave and get in your car and just drive away?
It's not reasonable at all.
And if you're that dumb to do that, how come that person is not caught? Because that should be like the dumbest criminal of the week.
Yeah, and
But
if they
they
hadn't
could've
got caught, the dumbest investigator of the week.
But they could have seen something, but you would have thought either they don't know they're looking for them, or if they do know, how come they haven't come forward? So there's a lot of ifs to that too on both sides.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't see anything or you don't know anything, why haven't you come forward? That makes it a little suspect, unless they have no idea.
They may be scared if they have drugs in their system or if they have a warrant.
I mean, the taxi. Hello, the suspect. Away. The taxi cab driver said that it was a high area with drugs. But then the
Yeah.
chief comes out and says that the crime was not related to drugs. Another great observation, it could have been a stolen car. But you would have thought that if it was stolen, maybe they would have already have ran cars stolen. But it could have been stolen from a different state. Like, let me show you guys something real quick. Just to give you guys the concept of how close Pullman, Washington, the line from Washington to Moscow is. Up here is Coeur d'Alene. This is the line. You got Washington State on the left. We've got Idaho on the right. Moscow, Idaho, Pullman. Who comes from Pullman? Eno.
Enon.
Mhm. Up here is where Kaylee and Jack Decora grew up in Decora Theoline, which is up on the border. And up right above this golf course, which I didn't take a picture of, is where there's a couple of gentlemen clubs. Because of the fact I still thought that was so weird of the father using that analogy to compare. I could see if they were leaving a strip club and somebody followed them, then it would be a targeted event. What the
Yeah. Was
fuck?
that a reservation? Reservation, as in like a park or like an Indian reservation, up up by
Oh, I
the
don't know. Hello,
because
Lead with Love.
because
Yeah,
a
I say
lot of
it wrong.
people
Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, I have a
Cordial Lane,
horrible chest and head cold too. But I'm
because
glad Coeur, I'm blind too. Coeur d'Alene. Thank you. Now I know how to say it. I'm sure I'll mess it up too the next time.
the reason I mentioned that is because if it's an Indian reservation, and I'm not saying anyone did it, they deal with knives a lot.
True. Okay, let's get into this. But I thought it was interesting how he talks about the strip club.
Yeah. Yep.
And we looked at his history. He was a little badass in the 90s. But, I mean, nothing crazy. Just, he's my age. Actually, a couple years younger. Okay. I'm only 28, so he's probably like 24. But, he did a couple of badass things growing up in his 20s in the 90s. But his brother is in prison for murder. Kaylee's father,
Steve.
brother,
Oh,
Kaylee's
yeah.
uncle.
Hmm.
Okay, let's get into this.
Some reporters or some person's misinformation or misinterpretation of
I
data
agree,
and run with it. And the
Paladin.
next thing you know, you have tunnel vision. You're now forcing everything to point towards somebody that is really a non-issue. And now you run the risk of,
I think it was a crime of rage.
like I said, a bigger miscarriage of justice than a conviction is a wrongful conviction, because now you've not given anybody anything. It's certainly not the family. But as far as like I believe you have to check all of that stuff to kind of to put it to bed, I guess, for a lack of a better analogy. It's like it has to be looked at.
It's like a catch-22. You know, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, but you've got to make sure you're checking everything.
Right. But the second you put
Welcome, A Lead with Love. Please email us at MonkieMar@gmail.com, and Kaz will send you a little welcome email. Welcome.
Welcome.
It's a great group, and we're going to start up, guys. I'm trying to get, situated still. I'm still living in the mountains. Hopefully, within 2 weeks, I will not be living in the mountains, and things could get on a normal schedule, get the lives on schedule, have a little room I can actually go on camera with, and, Anyways, let's go.
I agree with Tracy completely. I've never been doing this almost 30.
I might be a little high off this cough medicine. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
30 years.
I sound
I've done
like
over
Eno.
100 cases, 50 trials. I've
Thank you,
never
Hummingbird.
seen law enforcement just kind of put it out there. Somebody has to have a press conference. Even when they say dumb things, you're like, well, they have to answer some questions. I believe they're so worried about letting something slip, answering a question, that they feel like the safest thing to do is stay silent. But what happens is when you put stuff out on a presser, people run with it and just.
Okay, quick question for Paladin. and Mark and anyone else, let me ask you guys this. Why do you think they came out almost immediately and said that the weapon, I'm not even saying K-bar, fixed blade, switchblade, anything, but why do you feel they came out and said what type of weapon it was? Do you think it was a slip up, or do you think that it was like planting a seed? Because I believe there's other there's one other person that was that the killer paid more attention to, in my opinion. But I always wondered, did they speak too soon, or was it part of a master plan?
Just like this white car. I mean, this white car could be a really big thing, or it could be nothing.
Hello, Colleen.
I can tell you, as a former member of the quote unquote mainstream media, having worked with Fox News, you know, the FBI is obviously notoriously tight-lipped. They do their work, they put their heads down, they do their work. Local municipalities and the state generally does hold press conferences, especially when it's something this high profile. But you're right, they're not doing it right now. Is it a mistake? I guess time will tell, but the information is certainly limited. To that point, one of the last points Moscow police made in this virtual release is they say that the case is not cold. They say they're getting tips every day that are viable. Tracy, what do you make of that? Because I had this guy, this forensics expert on, I mentioned Joseph Scott Morgan. He said this case won't go cold for 2 or 3 years because it's so high profile. Is he right about that? You're shaking your head.
Gosh, don't
Yes, I
even
completely
say
agree with him. So,
cold.
a couple stats, I guess, if that makes people happy. Just what I do in my daily work with teaching is, the FBI's uniform crime reports, right? So about 40% of cases a year are not solved. 40% of homicides. That's actually, we never look at that statistic, right? Because I think most people don't through their daily work. Why would you? But when you hear that, that's really big. And theoretically, a case
40% of homicides are not solved.
And she said that was pretty good, and I thought, no.
I didn't think I heard that right. Like I was getting ready to get up and go put olive oil in my ears.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wow. Not to mention how many people go missing a day in the
Yeah.
cases that we only hear about.
600,000 in Texas.
Yeah, our next live or coming up soon, probably towards the weekend, is going to be a catch up on the cases that we're following. And we keep adding more, but nothing's getting solved.
Yeah,
Or
I saw
nobody
that.
thinks that.
Sorry, on Paladine 2004. It said the killer wasn't feeling rage. It took too much focus in order to kill 4 people silently and quickly with a knife. It would have been cool and methodical, kind of like in war or at a video game.
I'm going to start a poll. I want to ask a couple questions. Okay, let's continue this. I agree. I actually agree with a lot what Paladin says, and I usually don't agree with men at all. I'm only kidding.
considered cold.
Let me do the Enan laugh. He's like, I mean, that laugh alone.
Nervous, yeah.
Each state has different ways that they look at that, but I would say nationwide, if you look at the conglomerate of data for about 3 years, that's when a case is considered cold if there's been no leads. And so I actually agree with him. I also think that because of the sheer volume of press and tips that this is getting, I mean, it ain't going anywhere anytime soon. But if it's okay with you, can I just add one point too about the police officer? And I think, Monica, this is interesting because it brings the defense side into it. I think what we're also dealing with local police departments, particularly small ones, is the Uvalde effect. If you look at what happened in Uvalde, that was a small local police force that then brought in Texas Department of Public Safety, right? And then the FBI and ATF and all those other organizations, Border Patrol, all got involved. And now those police officers are under investigation for misconduct and all of those kinds of things. And that, we all know the communication in that was handled abysmally. And so I think that they are just erring on this side of like an overabundance of caution of not talking. But that's bad, right? Because then people sort of go down these rabbit holes and we're chasing these leads. But I really think that Uvalde, obviously it's a multitude of other things, it's not the same case, but it's the same in terms of local law enforcement attention.
But Tracy, I am correct, right? The FBI sort of has a history of keeping their mouth closed, right?
100%. The FBI, absolutely. I mean, I never talked about the cases that I did, and I was told never to talk about the cases that I did. I mean, I also worked at the CIA too, where I went in jail if I talked about anything. And so that is the norm. And I'm not saying that that's good, bad, whatever. But I also think that the local police department probably sees what happened in Uvalde, Texas, and really probably doesn't want that happening there, because now that's turned into a couple different things. You're investigating the police department, you're investigating the shooter, you're investigating the school, right? Like all these, and they don't want that.
So Tracy brought this up. There have actually been a pair of Fox News Digital exclusive reports milling around the last couple of days. One is today, one was yesterday. Again, for full disclosure, I worked for them for many years. But in one of their stories, they say as part of the crime scene preservation, Idaho investigators dragged the victims' hands in an effort to save possible clues before moving their bodies out of the crime scene. This is according to the Latah County coroner, Kathy Mabbutt, who's been speaking quite a bit. That's SOP, Tracy. Does any of that surprise you? And does it surprise you that the county coroner has actually been speaking?
Allie.
Yes, the latter surprises me, because I mean, typically when I was at the FBI, if there was a case that involved, the coroner, we would always get together in terms of what you say and what you don't.
I am really jealous of her. I mean, FBI and a CSI.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say that little girl is smart, but she must, I don't know.
Little. And look at how young she is. She's got to be in
Yeah.
her early 40s. I think she looks a
Mhm.
lot younger than her age, but she's not, old. I think
And
she's like,
yeah, how old?
I'm going to probably say that she's in her early 40s.
Yeah, she looks like she's in her 20s. Good genes or good facial care.
Yeah. But just to
Oh,
imagine,
mhm.
if I could go back 5 years to when I was like 19, I would have definitely have gone to school for some type of science.
Yeah,
Hello,
leave
girl.
criminal for forensics. I would go into forensics,
Yep.
crime scene investigations. You know how I like that morbid stuff.
Don't say we always worked with them, in terms of that. I am surprised. I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea how they work there, but I am surprised. However, I think to the public, wait, they put bags on their hands? Yes, you typically put paper bags on their hands because it's biological forensic evidence and it's paper
Yeah.
bags that preserves that. That's not unusual. They want to know if maybe they got the DNA of the killer, right? When they were scratching or have defensive wounds. That's completely normal in a homicide investigation.
Then there is another report, and this
I'm going
is
to Google her poetic.
maybe in your wheelhouse here, Monica. Detectives, according to this other Fox News report, collected 8 hours of surveillance video on Tuesday. That will be today or yesterday if you're watching this on Wednesday. So yesterday, collected 8 hours of surveillance video from a gas station in Moscow where a clerk saw a white sedan, which is the car that authorities were looking for, passing by at 3:45 in the morning. So this gas station clerk remembered seeing this car at 3:45 in the morning on the night of the unsolved stabbing deaths. And this overnight assistant manager told Fox News Digital that she personally went and reviewed the tapes while she had extra time over on her graveyard shift. She said she wasn't working the night of the murders, and she reached the quote unquote 3 o'clock hour and then spotted a white car. She took a picture of the screen, which you can find online. And she said, and I quote here, "I had a weird feeling to go get on the cameras," she said, meaning the security cameras. She said, asking that her name not be publicized out of safety concerns as a suspect remains at large. And this woman said the car drove by, quote unquote, real quick, she said, and turned down a side street off Highway 8. How potentially important or not important is this, Monica?
I think it's important because, like in the Markel case, they were able to get some footage from a Caltrans city bus that showed the Prius in the vicinity of where the Markel marital home was, and it tracked where they.
I agree on the rejection. And it's
I
just so weird.
misspoke earlier. I misspoke
And it,
earlier. Sorry. Before I forget, I'm sorry. I said 600,000 people missing in Texas, but I meant the United States. Okay. Sorry about that.
you're fired. How the hell are you going to get that
And I
fact?
only been here an hour.
The hell? Let me see one thing. I want to find out. Okay.
They were driving. So what people don't understand is that they're constantly being filmed. You know, stop red light cameras, walk cameras, some person taking a selfie next door. We are videoed probably 75 times a day, if not more, and we don't even recognize it. So I do think this footage is very important. I think they may find something. If nothing, if it is a bunch of kids that snuck out in their mom's car, great, we're going to put it to bed. If it's somebody connected to this horrible massacre, then that's even better.
Tracy, your thoughts? I mean, on the importance of this possible surveillance video where this woman says she sees the car that she believes authorities are looking for?
So the importance there, at least from an FBI agent perspective, is corroboration, right? Corroboration of evidence. And then that helps you sort of lead down a trail. And that's kind of what I've always thought was important about the Hyundai. It was actually less about the car to me, which I know sounds silly, hear me out, and more about the source of that information. Where did it come from? Was it something that was caught on police body cam when they had those minor consumptions right on the football field, which in my opinion, that really could be nothing. Is this someone that saw it loitering, right? And took a picture of it and said, that's to me, really what's important there. And now what that is starting to speak to is source. So what that's again telling me is that the Hyundai is actually probably important. If you have police issuing, statements that we are looking for this, then that being corroborated by this gas station clerk. And like Monica said, I think that might be why people are frustrated, because they probably watch too much CSI, first of all. and then, like Monica was saying, we are videoed literally all day, every day through sources that we don't even know about. And I think people, particularly the younger,
No, it's common sense.
at home,
You get the
are just
video.
like, well, why can't they figure this out? They must have them on video. And they probably do. It's just the question of where does that video start from and when do you start looking for it? Because otherwise it's just no
Same day.
Well, just to add something to that, Tracy, I watched somebody, they were interviewing somebody from that local community, and they said, you can find out everything by my phone. You can just look at my phone. And it's like, yes, we'd love to. If the town everybody would love to turn in their phones and allow law enforcement to celebrate them without a warrant and without any probable cause and go look at all your nudie pictures on your phone, and you're willing to do that, we'll have this solved lickety split.
Not all, just the main
everyone's not going to go turn their
characters.
phone into the basket at the cops to go look through their phones. So people have this
That's unreasonable.
overarching misconception that, well, if they'll just look at the phone, they'll figure it out. Like, why are they dilly-dallying? It's like, listen, man, we have this thing called the Constitution. We're not just turning our phones over. But like I said, if that community would love to volunteer their phones to law enforcement, I'm sure they will find some analysts to celebrate them and find everything they've never wanted anybody ever to see.
Hashtag don't. I was going to say hashtag don't mess with Monica. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, it's fine. Well,
Look at her mouth.
Look, I'm a geek, right? And so I looked, and Moscow really doesn't have a whole lot of towers. They just don't. It's small, right? Like, of course, they don't have a lot of cell phone towers. It's like normal. They have about 3 or 4. They have like 40 antennas. Okay, fine. But they only have 3 towers. So yeah, I'm sure the FBI has asked for a tower dump of cell phone numbers. But literally, that's all that is cell phone numbers. Then you have to go through and think about, okay, which ones were active at this location at this time? Is that even an accurate scope of where this person was? Then you can't just be like, okay, now I have this cell phone number. Hey, government, can you give me everything? That's you need a warrant to do that. That's a good thing. We shouldn't just be, in people's phones. And so then the government, as Monica knows, you have to show probable cause to obtain that warrant. So they're probably working on that, but all of this takes time.
But my whole point in explaining that is,
I hadn't heard anyone say that.
Like I said, that the cops are over there just screwing around, wasting time, look at the phones, and it's like, well, I mean, it's in their defense, in law enforcement's defense, they actually have to follow the rules. I mean, I'm sure if we just trimmed a little fat off the Constitution, they could make this all streamlined a little better. But I don't think as a
She's pissing me off, Mar. No one's ever said that to go get everyone's
I'm curious.
phone info, nudie pictures.
I mean, but honestly, you never know. Hey, concerned.
If somebody nowadays, you probably can get everyone's info. but she's kind of saying that all the internet people are saying that, and I haven't heard any internet person say that. Get everyone's, every single person's information off their phones and their nudie pictures and all that.
Well, maybe being a college student town, I'm in a college town. I mean, I guess that's what they do today. I mean, I never get nudie pics.
I don't either. So I wouldn't be worried about it. Take my phone. You probably
Right?
throw it back at me. It's already too full.
I mean, she
And not
left.
movies.
I'm trying to find her date of birth on my campus. She was in the Delta sorority, but she left the FBI and the CSI in 2005.
The younger one?
Yep, Tracy Walder, ex CSI and FBI special agent, Spy X. Uh huh. Yep. Okay.
So Tracy, how did you get interested in all this? How did you wind up at the CIA and the FBI?
That is a very long story that I don't think you probably have time for.
Give me the
Good
brief
night,
second. Is it
money.
something you wanted
Sleep
to do? Were
good.
you always interested in?
No, so that's why I like to tell
Good
people,
night.
I don't know how
Both
old
talks.
all of you are, but I'm in my mid 40s, and we have to remember, like, growing up in my generation, CIA was depicted as, like, no offense to Sean Connery, but Sean Connery, and he was like some 65-year-old dude that I didn't necessarily like.
Did Paladin answer what part of the world he lives in?
Identify with, right? Like, I didn't see myself in that kind of work at all. But I was interested in terrorism because of a dude named Osama bin Laden. I watched a video of him in my sorority house at USC in California, and I found him interesting. I didn't know what agency worked counterterrorism. This was like 1997, so I know that sounds silly and stupid, but it's really not if we think about like the geopolitics, right? At the time, it was like Oklahoma City was terrorism, Waco, Ruby Ridge, that was terrorism, and so on a whim, I gave them my application at a career fair at USC, and they called. So it's really.
And you know what? I think that with 9/11, by the way, I'm Mark Polymeropoulos' age. I just look a hell of a lot better, but he's smarter.
That's great,
He's
Benny.
gonna get mad at me for this. So, I think 9/11 rightfully impacted a lot of people to sort of do the right thing with what they wanted to do. You hear stories like that about, like Pat Tillman, the football player that was killed. But Monica, same to you. What got you interested in this line of work?
I always thought I would be in the legal field. I started as a runner for a law firm in South Florida, and they were just amazing. And then I went through college, and then I waived my admission to law school, and I took a job with a state agency that represented all death row inmates. And the goal was to save up enough money to get back to law school. Well, they just kind of were like, hey, here's a plane ticket, don't come back, go figure it out.
Someone that you would never suspect, right, Tracy?
I think
you can't judge a book by its proverbial cover in a supermarket here in Miami. My first thought would not be CIA, counterintelligence, FBI, right? But you can make the same analogy with the killer in Idaho. People have this image of this, Friday the 13th monster, and it could be someone who's very
Oh no, I
simple
don't.
looking, someone that you would never suspect, right, Tracy?
I think
you can't judge a book by its proverbial cover, correct?
Right. And, I think it is. And just to go back, so I started at CIA before September 11th. I was sitting in the counterterrorism center on 9/11. So it was quite an interesting day. I wish I was as cool as Pat Tillman and inspired by those events, but I was not. I was just a geek who thought Osama bin Laden was weird. In terms of you can't judge a book by its cover, I actually do think, and I have said this before on some other shows, that I do believe that the killer is probably, I don't want to say easily blends in, but out and about, if that makes any sense. I don't think this is a Ted Kaczynski sort of situation, where they're existing in sort of the mountains of the north. I don't think that that's what's going on, and I do think it's someone who's actually been at the house before. I don't know if it's someone who's in their immediate group of friends, but I do think that this is someone who blends into society, and is probably what makes all of this so scary, right? We all want to know what the boogeyman looks like, but we don't know what the boogeyman looks like, and that's what makes it scary.
Couple of more interesting kind of news tidbits, and then I'll move into some viewer comments because the viewers make the show, and I want to make sure your voices are heard. This caught my attention. So, there are a couple of cable shows doing some good work on this coverage of this case, and I saw a segment last night, and my ears perked up, that a retired detective out of California was in Idaho a week or so after the murders, maybe 10 days, and decided to go by the crime scene.
Chris
He wasn't going to walk
McDonough.
past the tape or anything.
Hey, Ray.
And
Hey,
sees
Cece.
what he believes is a glove. His name is Chris McDonough, a former homicide detective out of California. Love to get you on the show, Chris. And he confirmed that he handed this or pointed this glove out to police, and they took it, I guess, into evidence. So, Tracy, to you, how can something be as obvious as that be overlooked potentially at a crime scene? Can something like that be overlooked? It's okay.
Pasted her face up against the door. I'm sorry.
No
Can
worries.
something like that be overlooked?
I don't think it was overlooked. I think that they should have taken that yellow tape further back into that parking lot where the apartments were. I think it was found outside of the tape. Outside of the box. Chisme fell asleep. Mark says, nothing I have seen speaks of evidence as cell tower dump or towers as a carefully planned crime. Would this show zero link or an outside the closed search area? I think this is somebody that lives in the neighborhood. Hello, Janine.
I'm here. I was talking, but I was muted.
I don't want to say never,
Oh.
right? Because
Oh. Do you think it's just me? Do you think it's somebody who lives in the neighborhood?
I'm going to say yes. Someone jealous.
Yeah, somebody that has the same characteristic traits as Enan Harsh, and the guy that walks his dog. And I guarantee you, he's definitely an introvert too, and he seems to be
Experienced
like
with
a peeping Tom.
experienced with knives or poker.
Well,
Pokers.
Chef Dizzy
Yep.
has knives in his pitcher. Not to mention the one pitcher with the gallon of wine that's empty.
And he wanted to crash the parties. He knows about what sound each side of the house makes. Like how loud you can hear them, like the acoustics of the parking lot, the backyard.
Uh-huh. Never mentions the scream till 3 weeks later. And then of course the last thing that he said. Oh, not knowing the license plate, but he could tell you every other detail of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And being an introvert, and he said how many times that he was a hermit crab,
Hermit, yeah.
but he keeps going to the cops. A lot of those people that do this stuff, they like to go try to get around the searches, the cops, to see what the cops know.
Yep. Arias. Forgot her first name. Jody. Be right back.
if I say never, nothing's 100% certain. I have a hard time thinking, particularly because we have to remember the crime occurred before there was snow on the ground, right? And now there's snow on the ground. And so in my opinion, something like that would have been covered up,
Not yet, Colleen. It's a sporadic, at the spur of the moment type of deal, but soon we're going to have a schedule.
brought to the surface, right? It may be a glove that somebody just dropped, right? That they've turned in as evidence. And, look, a pair of fresh eyes, in my opinion, is always a good thing. I don't think that ever hurts anything. But I have a hard time thinking they would have missed something as egregious as that.
Monica, would that surprise you to miss a glove? I mean, that would be a huge messed up, right?
Well, I mean, they missed all kinds of stuff in OJ, but I mean, I would say this.
Including the glove.
Correct. They had over 100, probably 100 personnel at some point or other gloved up on scene. And I don't know what kind of glove it is. I'm just completely speculating. Somebody pulled a glove off because they're collecting evidence and it's just one of those gloves. But you have to collect it. Again, when you have...
Okay. No. There should never be a glove left at a crime scene by somebody that is employed with the police, the FBI, the state, whatever. Just like the two different gloves found at the Deborah Collier case, and one of those gloves had ash on them. Yeah. Maybe Chris McDonough planted it. I'm only kidding, guys. I'm only kidding.
This guy may be the best retired homicide detective in the universe. But I just feel like when people interject themselves onto a scene where everybody else is accounted for, and their names are on lists, and sometimes you have to take the DNA and the footprints and the shoe prints of the guys on scene to make sure you haven't cross-contaminated something, the DNA that comes back under a victim's fingernails, or any kind of DNA is not attributed back to one of the officers that were on scene. And so I think when you add these non-sworn or non-involved individuals, I think it makes you have a chance
Jennifer.
of contaminating the crime scene. That is a problem for the
I agree,
prosecution.
Jennifer.
That is like a windfall for the
He's
defense.
in Russia.
Oh, so who else was walking through the crime scene and dropping and finding gloves? I mean, I'm not insinuating that anybody dropped and found a glove. I'm just saying you can see where things can get spun, and it takes away from the meat of the coconut of what we're trying to do, and that is to find the real evidence. And I will say this, I tell this to clients all the time that want to give blah, blah, blah stories that may not be completely accurate. And that is, you can't beat the science. I mean, the science is really tough. And if we start fudging evidence and how we locate objects that have DNA or any kind of scientific, value, then you're contaminating the possible prosecution. And that's bad.
By the way, I love that Tracy Googled the number of cell towers in Moscow. I did not think to do that. Done like a true criminologist there, a person teaching criminology. So one other thing, and then we're gonna get to some comments, but I had Jonathan Gillum on a few weeks, or maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He's a former FBI agent and a Navy SEAL. And he in no way was saying that Steve Goncalves, the father of one of the victims, is a suspect, but he made it very clear that everyone needs to be ruled out. And Steve Goncalves has been speaking about not talking to the media. The one person who has been Stephen Goncalves. He's spoken to the media extensively, and he came back out and again spoke to Fox News just a day or two ago and said that Kaylee, his daughter, had quote unquote big open gouges that were clearly the work of quote unquote a sadistic male. He then called police quote unquote cowards for not sharing more information with the public, and then recalls a conversation he had with the coroner saying, "She says, sir, I don't think stabs is the right word. It was like tears, like this was a strong weapon, not like a stab. She said these were big open gouges. She said it was quick. These weren't something you were going to be able to call 911. They were not going to slowly bleed out." Tracy, to you, how problematic is it to have someone?
Yeah, CC, the AMA. Yeah, we went over that, and his interview with what's her name, Chisme?
Lauren Matias.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. He definitely. I mean, we're not sitting here saying, "Oh, he's the killer," but we're just kind of saying that everything that they've profiled as what kind of person or individual the killer may be, he definitely has a lot of traits.
So close to this crime, the father of one of the victims revealing potentially very important, delicate information in terms of the investigation.
I've stayed away a bit from trying to comment about him. And
CC, which interview are you talking about?
Talks about
Yeah,
them
that
dying.
laugh. He goes. No, how does it go, Chisme?
He goes, I don't know.
It's like
he was saying Like, so let's say he was at a sentence, he's like, oh yeah, I thought about that. Something like that. I don't know. We have to go back and watch it, I guess. Like a nervous laugh.
Aw, Colleen. Yeah, I'm actually still kind of on a mini vacation up in the mountains. But once I get settled, um, yeah, we don't do a lot like that, but what we did do so far is we sent Jalissa Fuentes a flower arrangement to her funeral, and it was beautiful.
Hmm. Beautiful
But we're
roses.
starting a people network so that we can go out and I will talk about that later. Protest the right way in areas
Peaceful.
where people go missing.
Yeah, peaceful march.
Peaceful send awareness.
Oh, here in San Antonio, I meant to tell you they had a armed protest because of the LGBT community and the I don't know, the people that don't believe in that, and some of them were armed. That's dangerous. That's getting
Yeah.
dangerous right there because they can, you know.
No
But they were
shit.
having a show downtown, and it was all ages, and they were protesting, the age that they should be 18 and over. Anyways,
Yeah, that's scary. They should have canceled it considering that last dude that dressed up in the woman's clothing and got on the roof at that parade killing. Like, people are. The world gets more and more scary every single hour of every day.
Because the
yeah,
reality is, I'm a mother, right? And I can't even begin to fathom what he and his family are going through. And a lot of times we see on police shows, oh, well, this
Brady
this
Bunch.
person's loved one isn't acting the way that they should, right? Like I don't know how that is supposed to be if we haven't been in a situation like that before. He is clearly a hurt man. He's clearly angry and going through all of these different emotions that he's having. We do know that the coroner has been sharing probably more than the local and state police have been sharing.
Yeah, Colleen, we're just so laid back, non biased, love all the different opinions. We'll debate, but nobody argues, and it's just a great group of people.
And so he probably had to also identify her body if we think about the gruesome details of that. And so I think the reality is he probably does know more information, and because of his frustration with local law enforcement, is just choosing to lay it all out there, right? But then this goes to sort of what Monica was talking about before. This now opens them up, right, to people making counterpoints to a lot of these arguments. And also, what if a killer is caught and these aren't these huge gaping wounds? He's just kind of made all that up in his head. Then you run into problems with prosecution about that. So yes, this is not necessarily a good thing, but at the same time, I don't want to come down too hard on him because I can't even imagine what he's going through.
Monica, anything to add to that?
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Tracy. Nobody knows what they're going to do until they're in that situation. But what I have found in my experience is that when witnesses, when survivors, when any of those type people, they want to be heard, he is overwhelmingly frustrated with law enforcement because he cannot get some answers, and this is his way of trying to be heard. And you have to almost compartmentalize. You have to put him in a box as a parent. He's not a professional. He's trying to get answers. His kid has been massacred. So I'm not going to be critical, but when you look at it from the other standpoint, Tracy's right. Things you're saying are going to come back, and the prosecution's going to have to deal with it. But I think at the end of the day, if there was better communication between law enforcement and the victim's family, he's lashing out. He wants to be heard. He wants answers, and this is getting him heard. So I think you're going to see more of this, not less of this.
And I feel Tracy's pain. I have 3 kids, and it's a challenge every night. I have to stuff them into the corner room with my 2 dogs. And
I'm really sorry. Please don't.
No.
You really must know. I have a Pac-Man machine that's right here, and that's what she was doing after a piano lesson. But then she's 7, and I really didn't want her listening to this. So my husband went
piano.
We'll let her get to Pac-Man. But let's take some of your comments because people really invest a lot of time. And if you'll indulge me for a few more minutes, the first comment is from Mickey O'Shea. If it was completely random, it seems a killer would select a house that is not so
Nikki
high risk,
O'Shea.
meaning so close to many neighbors, area with people who are up late on Saturdays. Occupants could have a gun. There could have been guests coming over late at night to party or hang out. Is that a good point, Tracy?
Yes, I don't think it's random. I've never thought it was random. I've said since the day that it happened that it was a targeted attack. And the reason I think so is actually, to go back to what Steve Goncalves had said, was why go upstairs? We know that they didn't enter from upstairs. They probably.
Oh my gosh. Chisme, read that comment
What?
out loud.
She
On the
says,
screen.
Paladin says to JDS, I can see him in my head exactly, but I cannot tell more without becoming a target myself. Oh, you saw someone in your head? You
Oh,
pictured someone. What do
hello,
you mean?
Bernadette. Pilated,
Well,
I'm telling you, get out of my
yeah.
head. I can totally see him too, but I haven't told you guys. Kaz knows. Chisme knows. But I can see him totally. But he doesn't have feet. Like, I don't understand where his feet are. And I'm not psychic. I don't do any tarot cards or spin any sticks or anything like that. Do I listen to it sometimes and find it interesting? And Chisme's always messing with the spirit in her box. Yeah, but
But that's just
that's
playing
so
around
weird
with
that
an
he
app.
said that. I don't feel like I'm going to get hurt. I just don't understand where his feet are.
I guess, it's that basement floor, that first floor. And then,
Mm.
so they probably entered in from that first floor. And I absolutely do not think that this was a random
Something
attack. This was
about
not
a
a crime
red.
of opportunity.
Well, they think some people have said that they believe the killer entered from that glass slider. Is that what you're?
Yes,
is
so
that what
you
you're
have that first floor that's like basically on the ground, right?
Okay, I'm going to show you guys after. And to make it crazier, okay, more crazy, the
Mm-hmm.
first time I saw the picture of the knife that was from Showwater's elk trip in 2015, I didn't even know it was a knife. What I thought I was looking at was the guy that I can visualize in my head completely. I could see him completely. And even of the knife, he didn't have any feet. Like, I don't know what is. I've never seen anybody before in a case like this, but this guy does not have feet. But I only see like a profile of him. It's really strange. But I could see him in the knife, and then I thought it was because Chisme sent me oh, we need to show them those Discord pictures, Chisme. You should pull up your Discord, those pictures of inside the house that you got.
What do you mean?
The
Oh,
ones,
the
yeah, the the graphic ones.
the
But
cabinet.
hmm but I could see the guy, and then Kaz said to me, "No, that's a knife," and I was like, "What?" It looked like a guy standing in the field, the same guy that I saw, and I think I don't know, it's weird, weird. I might have to get a spirit box. Maybe Santa will bring me one.
It's an
Is,
app. Mine is just an app.
is Santa even alive still? Like, does he still do that delivering present stuff?
And then where the two surviving ones were. Then you have that, I consider it the first floor for real, which is where Xana and Ethan were. And so that's the door that I believe that they went into. But again, this was a house that was known to have the doors open, doors unlocked, people coming in and out of it all of the time.
No, no,
I do not
no.
think that this was just
Keypad,
some random crime of opportunity. To
slider
that person's
open.
point, they would have picked a much more isolated location.
I agree, Agnes.
Next comment comes from Sis for Coach. I've yet to hear somebody comment on why there were no bloody
And
footprints
hello.
leaving the house. I would appreciate any speculation. We don't like that word, but I would appreciate any speculation on that from a detective or an investigator, Monica. How come it seems like there were not bloody footprints, yet we saw pictures of blood basically oozing from the home?
Well, I had a client put Walmart bags on his feet and hands before he went in and, killed 3 people. And
Holy
that was a
shit.
stabbing, slashing, terrible.
Okay, wait. okay? Chisme, what the?
What?
What did she do? I gotta laugh. I'm not laughing at the fact that somebody went in a house and killed 3 people, but the person put wall. Wait, I can't make sense. I don't want to start coughing.
Where on chat?
On the video that we just listened to. Listen.
I was trying to find those pictures. I'm sorry.
Oh no, listen.
Some random crime of opportunity. To that person's point, they would have picked a much more isolated location.
Next comment comes from Sis for Coach.
He said if we didn't have snow on the ground at the time, and then by time they're found, there's snow on the ground, you have all of these natural environmental factors.
Monica, how come it seems like there were not bloody footprints, yet we saw pictures of blood basically oozing from the home?
Listen.
Well, I had a client put Walmart bags on his feet and hands before he went in and, killed 3 people. And that was a stabbing slap. Well, I had a client put Walmart bags on his feet and hands before he went in and, killed 3 people. And
How do you kill 3 people with Walmart bags on your hands and not get cut through the plastic of the Walmart bag, or even if it was a cloth one?
Did they kill 4 people?
The lawyer just said she had a client that walked into a house and killed 3 people with a Walmart bags on his hands and his feet.
that was a stabbing, slashing,
And
terrible,
I'm getting
terrible
distracted.
event. And the child was actually found laying in the mother's blood.
Oh.
And there was no evidence outside of the house. And it was just something as simple as wrapping their feet in Walmart bags. And again, like Tracy said, if we didn't have snow on the ground at the time, and then by time they're found, there's snow on the ground, you have all of these natural environmental factors that change the dynamics of what we have at the scene.
No, Junie, she said it was a stabbing with Walmart bags on their hands. And I'm going to have to assume it couldn't be like one of those cloth ones that you get now. It would have to be one of those thin ones. Okay, Hummingbird, I don't see your question. What birthday cake? How much birthday cake before this vision? You lost me on that one.
It's interesting. I'm reading this comment, maybe think of something else, and I've got ADD, admittedly. So we had a woman named Ann Burgess on, who is an original FBI mind hunter. Tracy, if you're a geek, you should know who she is, and you can look her up afterwards. She's 86 years old and is still way more lucid than I am, and she's not coughing and sneezing either. But she and another gentleman we had, Gary Bricado, who is a PhD who studies serial killers, they were on the show. They're, by the way, on our first episode, they got 100,000 views. So people, not just myself, I wasn't the only one interested. The point I'm making is they said, they reached out after the fact and said, hey, look at this one comment. I should have brought it. I said I was going to do this yesterday. I did do it again. That's what having 3 kids does to you. But it was a comment that really stood out. It was very misogynistic, basically blaming women for everything, putting all the blame on women, a lot of anger and resentment towards women. And the person who studies, Gary Bricado, studies serial killers for a living, said, this is the mind frame of the killer right here, this comment. And then Anne chimed in and said, I wouldn't really be surprised at all if the killer is watching your show and commenting, because they get off on it, which creeped me out a lot.
Oh,
but
that's creepy.
Is there any validity to this, Tracy? What do you think of the fact that this person is out there watching the media, getting a sense of glorification from it?
Well, I think that's all the more reason why they're being so tight-lipped, right? I think we know that with most killers,
I think the lady on top exaggerates.
they do things because, and particularly in this case, I
Oh,
have a
Bird, I
feeling that
can't.
this
I'm
is someone who
sick.
thinks that they were wrong in
No
some way,
birthday
shape, or form.
cake.
I don't know if that's sexually. I don't know if that's monetarily. I don't know what that is at this point. But I do think it's someone who believes that they're wrong and that these folks got what was, quote, coming to them. And so I do think this person is probably watching the show, other things, to almost bask sort of in that, hey, I showed them sort of glory, if you will. So I think it's almost to be expected that they would be basking.
Everyone wave to him. Hello, serial killer, if you're watching. Can you please
Yes,
type in
we're
chat
on
if
to you.
were you hanging out and spying from the bushes? And please turn yourself in because you're going to get caught.
In this, I don't know if this is a full-blown serial
Hopefully.
killer, right? That's going to repeat do this.
Your
But at the
ass
same
is
time,
grass.
what I've seen is most people that sort of do things in these larger kind of ways is they want the glory that comes along with that.
And then Anne followed it all up by saying, hey, you should monitor your comments and look for a pattern. And I was like, Anne, I don't, how the hell do I know this? This is your field. So then I never heard back from her, but I'll get her back on the show. Monica, do you think this is not a comment, but a question to you? You think this is rage killing, a serial killer? What's your take on all this? Your gut instinct.
I think it's targeted. I agree with Tracy, and I also agree with the police chief. I think it's targeted. I mean, we see in Uvalde a lot of school shooting cases, mass shooting cases, mass death, massacres, these clubs. It's somebody that's been wronged, and they go and they take out they try and create as much chaos and damage as possible. This case is different to me because they targeted, a house with like the 4 most beautiful people. I mean, these are like, the first thing that comes to my mind is like a wronged, a
There you
scorned
go.
young man. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Just
Hello, Fluffy. Hello,
Yeah,
Laughing Stock.
they were sitting ducks right in the middle of all of those apartments.
Yep. And that back tree line watching like a
Mhm.
creeper.
that's just what I think. I don't know anything, but I'm just
I
saying. I mean,
agree.
these are 4 beautiful people. 3 beautiful girls, an adorable young man. That seems very targeted to me. I mean, if it's a random killing, they just happen to find the house with the most beautiful people.
Laughing Stock, if you watch my other uploads and videos, I've been comparing this to Danny Rollin from like a week 2. Now, Crime Circus almost brainwashed me into thinking the dog wasn't hurt, the dog wasn't in or near the crime scene, the dog was put away. So then I was like, oh, could Jack have done it? But then I thought, I just, I don't see it being somebody like that. Somebody who lives there, somebody who's been rejected, somebody who wished that he could hang out with the cool kids. And then the coincidence of Kaylee coming back into town with her new Range Rover or Land Rover, Range Rover, to say goodbye to her friends, show Maddie her car. He could have seen her, and that could have triggered it. And I also believe that, in my own opinion, after watching like, I don't know, 4 weeks of horrendous serial killer movies, and oh gosh, I think he was waiting inside the house. He started on the 3rd. Ethan was either going to the kitchen, going to the bathroom when he came down. And of course, he had to take care of Ethan. And then I think Xana woke up and he killed her. And he went right back out that sliding glass door at the kitchen. But that's just my opinion. But I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. Hello, Shredder.
People in the college there. I mean,
Sounds like mine.
what's the likelihood of
Whoa.
that, Tracy? Like you hit the lottery, you're going to kill the most 3 beautiful girls on campus. I mean, these are really attractive young women. So that's
And if it's true that there was no essay, which, if you guys, uh, there was a killer out called the Vampire Killer. I couldn't tell you what state he was in. Hang on, Shredder. The baby just woke up. I'll show you guys Fiona in a minute. But he was young. He was good looking. I'll actually show you a little clip of him at the end. He chose a knife and he was impotent. And the only way and the things that sexually gratified him was, at first, killing animals. Of course, it kind of like seems like they start out with the cats. Don't let your cats out, guys. But he would do that just for sexual gratification because he was impotent. And I've said a couple, week 2 or 3 that since they did say that nobody was essayed, that maybe he is impotent. But then I also thought because they released the killings being followed through with a knife, and then they come out with the Rambo thing, and then it being a K bar, explaining that it could have been a K bar due to the fact that it could have had the butt bruise on it. I forget what the name exactly is. Why would they have released that? Because maybe there was some type of sexual gratification, as maybe he emmed on a victim, or like what?
Like in the wound, like I said.
Yeah, Paladin said earlier about I believe that one of the girls had injury to the neck. Now I am only a barber slash hairdresser, so I do not know this, but this is what my spidey sense tells me and what I feel. And I've done a lot of digging. I'm talking, I have watched 4 weeks of some of the most disturbing people in the world. So, but I'm interested to hear what you guys think as far as how they went in, the target, what happened, why all 4, why were the 2 saved. I'm going to give you guys a homework assignment and send it to the email. I'm only kidding.
I think it's targeted. I think it's a man. I think it's somebody that's, we have such a problem with mental health and such a problem with psychotic medication, antipsychotic medication, people medicating with methamphetamine. We know if we tinker with one molecule, we get, Ritalin or Adderall, we change it just a little bit, we get methamphetamine. Everyone thinks they're a scientist. And now we've got a combination of severely mentally ill people strung out on really, really bad dope. And that it creates a problem.
Tell us your idea.
Everyone thinks they're a detective too, apparently, including maybe yourself. But back to this void.
And let me say real fast, guys, for everyone coming in, that I usually do not sound like this. I don't even know how I sound. I can't hear myself. My ears are so clogged. Am I yelling?
No, you sound good. Just a little bit stuffy, but you sound pretty good.
Okay. Because I can't, like, my ears are so congested, and my chest. I think I'm basically now congested from my rib cage to my head. So I just can't hear, so I don't want to think that I'm yelling. Not like I'm going to hear them in chat talking to me, but wait, I hear voices. Chisme, hurry. Get the spirit box.
What? It's not a box, it's an app.
Yeah, you know what? Hope maybe Santa will bring you and I a real spirit box. Okay.
Emily, a couple more and then we'll wrap it up. I know everyone's got other things to take care of, but from Emily, very important for people to realize that this white Elantra did not come forth immediately and turn themselves in. Everyone knows about this case in the United States, especially anyone in around the area at the time. This is an indication to me of guilt or involvement. Do you read that the same way, Tracy?
So I do, to be completely honest with you, because you have some folks who have come forward. I actually don't remember the gentleman's name. It's interesting. I've tried really hard in terms of suspects that are being thrown out on that online sleuth community. I've been trying really hard to actually not remember their names because it's not fair to them to mention their names, in my opinion. But there was a gentleman who did submit himself for DNA testing because he was just so sick of being accused, of being a suspect. And so I do think with all of the attention on this crime, and I think Monica was talking about earlier, if this was just some kids out for a beer run, that they probably at this point, maybe not would have publicly stepped forward, but would have gone to the police and said, you know what, hey, I messed up. So sorry, I'm not part of this murder investigation. And so I do think that there may be something a bit more nefarious there and that no one really has stepped forward, particularly in this overabundance of information that we have.
Next comment from T-Town Trekker. Yet another great STS interview. Thank you. Something I can't reconcile is the 911 call. Monica, I'll have you take this one. The roommates evidently called friends that they couldn't wake up a roommate, meaning they called to say they couldn't wake up the roommate. They called their friends. The media reported the scene was a bloodbath, according to law enforcement. How could someone not at a minimum see blood splatter or bloody shoe prints going through the house, not to mention cut clothing, etc., call for an unresponsive roommate? I mean, I guess things get frenetic at the time of a crime, right? It's middle of the night. What's your take?
Well, my initial take is not, we can assume what that crime scene looks like, and it may be a bloodbath. I don't know anything about the wounds. So if they're not through and through wounds and somebody is stabbed in the chest and they're laying on their stomach, it is possible that they don't see everything. But it's my understanding 2 of the girls were in the same room. So I don't disagree with the person making the comment. I thought that was really bizarre that they didn't walk in and go, holy smokes, this what the world, what is all this? This is, I do recognize and I do understand sheer panic. And people in a panic situation will go with what they know. And that is call a friend. Oh my God, Sally's not getting up. Something's wrong. And then like the brain kicks in and it's like, we need to call 911. You're talking about 20-year-olds. These are not like seasoned adults. I mean, and I just am a big believer that people go, their first go-to is they would never believe this is what it appears to be. So they call the most closest person to them. That's what I think, because I can't wrap my head around any other thing than like, what in the world? Why wouldn't you just call 911?
Can I clarify really quick? I think information has actually come out about that. The 2 surviving roommates actually did go upstairs, saw a ton of blood, ran out of the house. And one tried to call 911. And while she was on the phone with 911, she actually passed out outside. And because there was just so much commotion and screaming and whatever, people and friends started coming out to get them. They then called 911 again and said that they had an unresponsive person in the front yard, which they did. Those folks hadn't gone into the house and seen sort of what had happened. So hopefully that helps kind of clarify, the 911 situation. All of those reactions actually make sense. I think they walked upstairs, probably hungover. Let's be honest, they're 2021, probably hungover, saw just a shit chaos, right? And gore and all of this, ran out calling 911 in their haze, probably passed out once they realized what they were seeing. I think that all sort of makes sense to me and explains that first call about an unresponsive female, because I think there was an unresponsive female laying in the yard. They had said that one roommate passed out.
2 more quick comments and we'll call it a wrap. This one comes from Donnie Lynn. What's the possibility of 2 suspects, maybe a guy and a girl, a couple who had a disagreement with people in the house? What are your thoughts, Tracy? I added the Tracy part, but everyone's jumping to the conclusion that it's one male. Could it be another combination of more than one person or a female involved?
I mean, look, I'm literally guessing at this point, right? Like I'm not there. I'm not on the scene. But typically what I've seen is when you have more than one killer, it becomes sloppy. Someone's going to leave something more behind. I think this is someone who probably, the reason that there might not be bloody footprints, I've seen this before, they took off their shoes before they entered the house and then put them back on, on their way out. And so I think this is probably the work of one male. I could be wrong. I'm sure I am, but I just think, particularly when you have a crime of stabbing in nature, that's messy, that's gory, that hurts, and you get kind of secondary wounds that go along with that. And so that's where I think it's probably just one person. I could be wrong.
And a final comment, and I swear I did not pick this commenter's name. I just noticed it now. It's kind of funny. Mom Jeans. She says, I feel like everyone is assuming someone akin to Rambo carried out these vicious murders. However, it would not surprise me if the perp is kind of geeky, lean, and timid looking in stature. He probably makes himself small. I mean, as an example, look at what Chandler Halderson did to his parents. The monsters walk amongst us. I'm not familiar with that case. I should be. But what about the fact that when we talked about this briefly, Monica, to you first, and then Tracy, that this could be someone you're totally not expecting it to be?
Yeah. Listen, none of my clients wear hats and go, hey, I just slaughtered a family. Pick me. I want to get sentenced to death. That is just my opinion. Also, when we talk about it being one, I always struggle with this. I struggled with this on the Segura case terribly. And that is, once you pierce somebody's skin with a really sharp knife, I would imagine they're going to wake up and they're going to wake up swinging. So that's probably going to wake up the person next to them. and then we're going to have screaming. And then I just don't see how you slash all these people up one at a time as one person and keep everybody quiet. Like, I mean, Tracy, does that ever?
Tracy, your thoughts on that? Because that's the $64,000 question.
Well, and I've thought about that too. Did someone go upstairs, right, and someone went downstairs, right? Like that would make sense. Also, I was in a sorority back in the day. I was 20 before, and I had been so drunk that I couldn't react, perhaps in a way, if someone got me while I was sleeping, that we would assume.
Yes, that's true, Amethyst, Pisces.
I'm not assuming these
for
folks
sure.
were intoxicated. I have absolutely no
Yeah,
idea. I would imagine they
carotid.
already had psychology back on them. But if you, I mean, we have to remember they had probably just got done partying by that point, right? They got home at 1:32 and then probably passed out. That would be my guess. And so I don't know. I don't know if they were too drunk to scream. I don't know if they were too passed out to fully understand what was happening to them. So alcohol is like that mitigating factor in there for me, that if they were completely sober victims, yeah, I think someone had to have gone upstairs, someone had to have gone downstairs. But I don't know that that's the case here. But again, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I'm certainly not a profiler, but I always just wonder, like, how does one person manage all of this chaos? And, you know, I mean, it's been done, unfortunately. But that's just one thing, is just like an average person. I'm like, how would you do that? Like, how could you? But then again, I'm not breaking into people's homes. And
there's also a lot of talk about how no screams were heard, at least, you know, that were reported, which seems strange because, again, it's like you said, if you're going to stab someone, they're going to wake up probably swinging, unless, you know, they're under the influence. But I want to give you each, Monica, just a final thought and go.
I was just going to say, if you, I mean, we don't know what the wounds are. So if the first wound on each person is right through the heart, then that stops everything. So, and we don't know any of that. So it's hard to form a meaningful opinion about just making stuff up.
We had a Navy SEAL on, Jonathan Gillum, who it was a little tough to listen to, but the one talked about how difficult it actually is to kill someone, the strength involved. Because originally there were some reports, and this again was from Kaylee's father, that his daughter was stabbed worse than the others. Jonathan said it could just be a factor that, you know, the killer was exhausted by the time he got to the other people, let's say. So it's interesting, you know, it's interesting, obviously, why there's no scream, no one knows. But Jonathan went on to say too, that, you know, you can incapacitate a person, like you said, Monica, very, very quickly. And they, you know, you get them in their air pipe and they're not screaming at all, you know? So that's a pretty gory, macabre way to end it. But Monica, any final thoughts? Where do we go from here? And then Tracy, I'll get yours and we'll wrap it up.
Well, I just, you know, I hope that they continue to work and not get blindsided and bogged down with peripheral things that are not important. I hope the family, you know, I will continue to pray for them, and I wish all the peace in the world for them. This is a horrible, horrible thing, but I do want the cops to get it right, because that will just compound this tragedy.
Tracy?
You know, I just want the public to be patient. You know, I do think that this case is going to be solved. I really do. I just think that it's going to take time. And my heart really goes out to these families. I truly cannot even imagine what they are going through. And I hope that this gets solved in relative speed to sort of help them begin to heal.
Well, you just heard from two of the very best at what they do. Tracy Walder, on the bottom of your screen, was both in the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, Weapons of Mass.
Oh, Ray's friend or someone he knew bled out in his arms.
Let's talk about the blood on the pipe real quick before I jump into Twitter and Reddit real fast. But I mean, if you are stabbed from the inside out of the house I'm talking about, I mean, for it to drip down like that, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I would think that if it was shitty construction and it was leaking out and Santa was in the bed. Let me show you this picture real fast. Not of the pipe. This picture. It makes more sense to me that it would have been. What if? Okay, let me show you this picture. Hello, Gen X. Okay. So this is Xana's room. And we know that the blood was found behind this wall on the pipe. From the second floor.
Yeah.
And we also know from one picture of the pipe that it appears that the blood is actually on top of the pipe in the middle. So wouldn't it make more sense if the person was like outside leaning up against the house and it like, hey, maybe it was the killer and he got caught and he was peeking around that corner to see if anybody was looking. I just can't see it looking like that coming from the outside, the inside to the outside. I would have thought that it would be like more of an absorbed pattern and not
Yeah.
dripping on the outside of a wall.
But someone said that um they did a shoddy job at constructing the, the
But I
addition.
get that. But if you were even, I mean, if this stabbing 40 times Xana in the bed or on the floor, how I could see it coming out of the walls, but being more like it's absorbed, more of like a thicker pattern. This looks like it was literally somebody outside and it was literally dripping outside on the wall.
Well, I did see a smudge.
Do you get what I'm saying, guys? Like, how could it come from the outside, inside to the outside, and look like that? Like it, because it looks like it was just dripping off of something.
Yeah,
Or
dripping off.
somebody standing still, like maybe the hand up on the wall and peeking around the corner to see if anybody was walking back from the sorority house or
If they were bleeding or if they were saturated with it and then just
doesn't make
somehow rubbed it, just somehow drip that blood on the outside of the pipe, but he would have to squeeze in there in between the pipes.
no. But what if you like what if you were standing here to look around the corner to see if like how could that possibly come from the inside and it's below the pipe, which is even weirder.
Yeah,
I mean, it could have been a hole in
behind.
there.
It's behind and in front, and then one expert
it's here.
explained. Yeah, one expert explained that it was dripping further up this way, and then it was dripping on the pipe, but then it dripped down, causing that space, and then it hit the wall on the way down.
That is a lot of
And then
blood.
there's that smudge that I've been trying to get you to look at, right there on the bottom left of that picture. Right there.
Here?
Yeah. Right there. All of that and going towards the, yeah, right there.
Huh. Horrible. I am just in shock that this person is still walking the streets. And then what is this right here? That's Maddie. Like, really, what is this?
Hey, it's me.
Did you see them actually hug? I mean, did you guys see them hug at the food truck? Because I did not.
Yeah.
Hello, LibCam. You did?
Uh-huh. with the guy with the number 9 t-shirt.
Hey, it's me.
But what the hell? Where did this come
Yeah,
from?
I don't know. Who is that? Whose TikTok page is that?
Killer looks. Let's go look.
Jack K. The suspect way said that's Jack K.
Jack Katovic?
Jack
yeah. I don't have my notes in front of me.
Yeah, that's the Jack K, I think.
Jack Katovic, the one that paid the Venmo to Ethan for $6 on that GoFundMe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said about the blood. It was probably pumping out, and
wait.
with them being overexcited, excited trying to fight, then it would have been pumping worse.
What if the greatest trick the devil?
Why would he be talking about
My
Leilani
people, I
too?
just saw the press conference for the charges brought forth on Quentin Simon's mom,
10 hours
Simon.
ago.
Bro.
Who is that? He's
is
messed
this?
up.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense also because police
was
have
this from
said, and they are
Halloween? Like,
steadfast in this,
who
this is
is
targeted.
this?
So they're not looking for markers of a serial killer to link to other crimes. They are looking at this targeted situation.
Did you hear about the 4 stabbed in Washington on 12/13?
It doesn't
So
make
we've got
sense.
4 in
It doesn't make sense
Calgary,
also because police have said, and they are
4 in
steadfast in this,
Washington,
this is targeted.
and
So
4 in
they're not
Idaho.
looking for markers of a
Isn't it
serial
funny
killer to
how
link to
close
other
they
crimes.
are?
They are looking at
Wait, what were the themes dressed? Oh, I think that was Halloween. Oh, wait a second. Did you guys know that? Hang on, let me pause this. I'm not good at TikTok. This is Chisme's thing. My voice is going. Chisme, can you see that to read that?
Yeah, it says killer licks. Killer __ lick says Xana and her friends dressed as slasher Halloween. What were the guys dressed to some of them? Does this show? Okay. What were the guys dressed as? And was it a fascination to some of them? Does this show signs of a Halloween ends type plot? Thoughts, please.
Has anyone ever seen that before? I have dug so deep and I've never seen that post of the girls.
No, I had never seen that one.
But I don't see any of them in there.
Xana's circled. Oh, it's just Xana with the hockey stick. Oh no, that's for Halloween.
Marks 2 weeks since the shocking murders of 4
Okay,
University of Idaho
wait
students.
a second. What on God's earth is this? Okay, I don't know. Hang on.
Stabbed to
need
death in
trigger
their
warning.
sleep, and there is still
Trigger
no
warning,
suspect.
guys. I have no
The
idea what
murder
we're
weapon.
watching.
Marks.
Okay, hang
Marks
on.
2 weeks. Marks.
Okay, stop for a minute. Okay. Also worked in a baguette shop. I guess that's the French bakery or the French restaurant. He's taken down these photos. From what I can see now, tip line has been told at least they can rule him out.
Oh, that one guy, the one she hugged? I saw those pictures from the Bagel and Deli
Marks
Shop.
2 weeks since the shocking murders of 4.
What is this?
Halloween costumes, because I
University of
saw those
Idaho students
pictures.
stabbed
But look at where the
to death in their sleep.
what the hell?
And there is still no suspect, no
All right, you know what? That's a little demonic.
murder weapon believed to be a fixed blade knife. We know that investigators are poring over more than 260.
So, who is that? Josh who? Josh Kadovic?
Saltwater?
So we've got Calgary, which Paladin said maybe he can email me an article on that. And then we've got now 4 stabbed in Washington on. You're talking 2 days ago? Oh gosh. Do we have a serial
Mm,
killer?
damn.
Let's look at Twitter and we'll look at this and we'll wrap it up.
But
See if
I've seen
anything.
those pictures on a Halloween post, is what I've been trying to tell you.
Oh, wait a second, Chisby. Pull up. Oh, we'll do that at another time. Let's see what's going on here.
I couldn't find the pictures, but I had them on one of my TikTok posts, and it showed in the windows where they were investigating, taking samples.
Okay, 1 second. I actually want to see something real quick.
Now, you said you were going to show the picture, the drawing.
Oh, the drawing on his back wall?
Yes.
I want to show you guys something real quick, though. Some of you, I'm sure, have seen it, but let me find that picture real quick.
4 murderers, Ray Tipton says. 1 for each.
That picture on the back wall of the 2 girls together that look like Xana and Kaylee?
Yep.
Okay. Where's your bedroom, creeper? Here it is. Chisme wants me to show you this.
You asked me to remind you.
And then we'll get into. I want to show you guys this tour. And then we'll get into the Twitter and we'll wrap it up after that. Obviously, I'm staying up all night tonight. Okay. So this picture. Oh, hang on, guys. Where'd it go?
When someone mentioned a poker earlier, that would make a gouge coming out.
Mm. There it is. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely a strange little character. There's the kitty. That could be
Harsh.
harsh.
Harsh. Because he said he's an artist, and
I
it's in the
see like
canvas.
I see like a demonic face right here. Like the mouth area, the eyes.
Yeah. And it's on a canvas.
Interesting. He's weird. Got a roll of toilet paper.
I wonder why. Just kidding.
And then this was when he was talking to some girls when they were accusing him of being the killer, where he was kind of laughing about it.
Yeah, he thinks it's funny.
Okay, let's go to Twitter.
Father Stephen Goncalves is now making some potentially bombshell revelations. He tells Fox that although the coroner says all 4 victims were stabbed, he doesn't think that his daughter Kaylee and her best friend died in the same way. He also says he believes both of them were targeted. Police have not named a suspect, announced any motive for the killings, or found any murder weapon. Joining us now is Phil Holloway, criminal defense attorney and former assistant district attorney. He's also a former police officer, so clearly he knows a lot about this and is well qualified to speak to all of this. Phil, Steve Goncalves, let's take this a piece at a time. First of all, says he thinks that Kaylee and Madison Mogen were targeted because the killer entered the house through a second floor sliding glass door and then proceeded to go upstairs where his daughter and her friend were sleeping. What do you think?
Well, good afternoon, John. Of course, this is heartbreaking. And look, there is no grief like the grief of a parent who has lost a child, certainly who's lost a child in this horrible fashion. And it's natural for victims' families to get very frustrated. Those of us in the media, we're all frustrated because the police are just not releasing a lot. But we have to consider that this young woman's father doesn't have really the picture of everything that the police have. They have to keep a lot of their information very close to the vest. They have to protect the integrity of their investigation. And that means they cannot release information like what somebody's alibi might have been or what exactly they might have found inside the house. Because if you fast forward to next week or next month or next year when they have a suspect and they're interrogating that suspect, and if the person divulges information that has not been discussed here on television or out in the media, then they know that they're on the right track and they have the right person potentially in custody. So they've got to play this close to the vest.
Steve Goncalves acknowledged that the police weren't telling him a whole lot, but I guess he had maybe a combination of what he knew and a gut feeling as well, where he said that the deaths of his daughter and Madison Mogen did not match. He didn't elaborate, but here's what he said. Listen here.
Their points of damage don't match. I'm just going to say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
Yeah, I sent my daughter to college to pay for an education. She came back in a box. Clearly, he is hurting, and his wife is hurting. The entire family is hurting. The families of the other 3 victims are hurting as well, and they are all frustrated. But what he said there, their points of damage don't match. It sounds like he may have some information about the nature of the wounds.
He might have knowledge from, what a mortician or somebody might have told him or even showed him. That when you have 4 people that were involved in, a vicious knife attack like this and that died, we wouldn't expect all of their injuries to be the same. So what he said, while it's very interesting, we have to know the rest of the context to figure out what exactly it might mean. It might not mean anything, because when you have 4 people that receive stab wounds, they're going to have different injuries. Look at it like this. If a killer comes in that side door and starts attacking one person, and maybe that first person doesn't fight back, but it awakens the second person, and the second person does fight back, you're going to have very different injuries. So the fact that the points of damage, to use his words, don't match up, it's certainly interesting, and it's heartbreaking as a parent to just think about how he must come across that information. But I don't think that really tells us much about what the police might know here, John.
Yeah. I still can't wrap my head, Phil, around the idea that you can kill 4 people with
Yes,
a
that
knife
was
in a
Harsh's
house,
bedroom.
and 2 other people who are in
The what?
I was responding to Laughingstock. He asked if it was in and Harsh's bedroom earlier, the one where the picture was. Yes, the
Yes.
drawing.
Yes, Eden Harsh's room. Not to mention the one I showed earlier where he's got that empty gallon of wine on the floor in the garbage and he's feeding his cat the chicken. And the way that chicken cutlet was cut up and the way that the leg was still there with, I don't know, I think he's a very bizarre person.
Oh, and you wanted to show the picture of that person with no legs or no feet.
I'm not doing. Yeah, we'll do that another time. You're gonna get me laughing, and I'll start coughing.
the house at the time don't somehow get alerted to it. As an investigator, as a former prosecutor, are you surprised that the police have not identified a suspect yet?
Well, I don't know that they haven't. Maybe they have. This was
Well, they
a
haven't identified
complex
one.
crime
It's
scene,
not
and they've
public
got
yet.
a lot of information. And look, somebody was in that house from like 3 a.m. to possibly like 11 or 12 a.m. or 12 noon. So that's a long time for a person to leave information at the crime scene. And by that, I mean leave evidence. There's going to be palm prints. There's going to be footprints. These bloody crime scenes are just full of forensic information. And it takes time. It takes lots of eyes to take a look at this stuff, to send it to crime lab, to get it analyzed, and to get it back to investigators so they can finish their work. They're going to solve this case, John.
Oh, let's hope you're correct on that point. Phil Holloway, good to talk to you. Thanks for your expertise. Appreciate it.
You bet.
And harder. More than 3 weeks.
He's confident. I heard about the old roommate that was bullied and she committed suicide. Libcom.
Yes, what's her name again? Tara?
Hannah.
Hannah.
Can't remember. Cleese.
Oh, look, I just plant and see what happened. That's cute. I'd love to go on live with you. We open up the panel. We like when people come up.
Yep.
But after this Twitter feed, we're gonna. Oh, look at 4.5 hours, Chisme. Okay, let's see
Ooh.
what else is going on. All right.
If Harsh did draw the drawing or paint it, he must have been sitting there, you know. I'm not saying he did, but could have been staring at the models.
Mm-hmm. Sleuthy. Oh, this might be something interesting. She's going to refrain from voicing her initial thoughts. What is this? The lawyer for the family of Kaylee One of the 4 University of Idaho students slain in bed last month has come out firing against a coroner who examined the group's bodies, claiming she said too much to the wrong people. I could go on for days about the coroner. Kathy Mabut made some personal phone calls to some of the family and released a lot of information that investigators didn't know about. Family members also skewered Mabut, claiming she tried to do the cop's job for them while releasing too much to the public. Stephen oh my gosh, Goncalves, Kaylee's dad, said Mabut embellished a bunch of stuff like her own hypothesis of what happened and her theories. I can barely see this of things. He also accused Mabut of releasing an inappropriate amount of information to him, like the specific injuries of the other slain students, Ethan, Maddie, and Santa, that the coroner had withheld from police initially. The coroner made some personal phone calls to some of the family and released a lot of information that investigators didn't know about. The father told Fox News the family's comments reportedly came after a meeting with police to mend a relationship that was growing increasingly strained, with Goncalves calling cops a cowards earlier this week.
Yes, Hummingbird. Yeah, they should have kept that intact, and then they just stored it
Yes,
in
but
regular boxes, regular bins, the personal stuff, but they just took it away in a U-Haul. And now they
but
want to give the give the home back to the landlord. Release it to the landlord.
if Stephen Goncalves was so mad, why did he go forward and tell this to the media?
I think he's just, you know, has a lot of mixed emotions, but he said that he knew because of the coroner told him before she told the cops.
Yeah, but if he was mad about her calling and telling the family members and then telling them about the other girl's injuries, as in Maddie not having the same injuries of Kaylee, why would he come out and say that on the news? That's like a double standard, isn't it? Who's
Yeah,
this?
it's everything's crazy. It's confusing.
been a month in, and the only help
Yeah.
they've asked from the community, yeah, they're not giving us any information on any of that. So everything's close to the vest. They're not releasing any information. It's been a month in, and the only help that they've asked from the community has been the white car. So we also said that when we did these interviews, that we wanted to make sure that any interview that we did, there was
No, they want the white car. They want surveillance cameras on like 6 different locations. Come on. Don't be fibbing.
we mentioned that the investigation feels that the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai is an important piece of information, and they'd like to find out who was driving it or who owns it or anything like that, and they need to report that to the FBI tip line. And that FBI tip line is being managed, or the tip line is being managed by the FBI and as a call center. So you may have to have some delay. You may have to have some patience when you're calling in on that. So yeah, they're not giving us any information on any of that. So everything's close to the vest.
Ray Tipton says there are 23 traffic cams in Moscow. Yeah, snack break. Probably to feed the ferret. Oh, yes, Hummingbird. I was questioning that too. They just walked in without the booties and took off. Went in real quick and then took off. You okay, Mar? I guess the cough syrup did get to you. Just kidding.
Oh no, you were talking. And I know you have a little lag, so I wait for you. But look, so this is Bridget, and he says, Detective Marky Mark, if you've been following along and saw my findings on Bridget, alleged white Hyundai, more than likely living in Boise, did she visit Moscow? I don't know what this is. King Road. I don't know what kind of map this is. 11:1 to 11:12. Why wouldn't we go to 11:13? I don't know what this graph is. What is this? You thought wrong. All right. All right. One more thing and we're going to go to bed.
Interest over time, it says.
Cough medicine, yeah. Too bad it doesn't have codeine in it. I'm only kidding. But the funny thing is I kept taking the DM for like, I think today's only day 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't realize that I got NyQuil PM, cough DM. And I kept saying to Chisme, like, gosh, I take the cough medicine and like 20 minutes later, it feels like I hit a wall. And then
Lightweight.
I realized it. Okay. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but this is the 3D of the house. So downstairs, bedroom 1, surviving roommate. And this is the front door, so. But like, that makes no sense because the windows are in the front. Okay, I'm not going to even go crazy on that. So then here's the front door going out. You walk in, you go up the stairs. You've got bathroom, or is that the laundry room? I can't read, guys. My bedroom 1. Okay, the bathroom, utility room, bedroom A, surviving roommate. Go up the stairs, and that's the video with Maddie walking up. So this is the front of the house. And then so this is okay. Now, I find this funny. This is the only room that they don't show.
Which one?
Oh, it loaded. Never mind. That's a small ass room.
Yeah.
And then you can never get out of this room. It's like you come in here and you get trapped. Oh, what is that? What? Oh, that's strange.
Oh, you can rotate. You can, yeah.
Okay, let's get out of here. Let's go back upstairs. Okay, here's the kitchen. Let it load. See, this to me, something to me is off about this floor plan. And this picture is going to show you what I'm talking about. If it loads. Okay. Where is that picture of the back of the house where you can see the bar stool in the window? One sec, let me pull that up. Huh. All right, here it is. Okay. I am going to share my whole screen so that I can put this side by side so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay. So look at the kitchen. And here's the sliding glass door, right? So if you were looking into from the sliding glass door at about this angle, and that's the door, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's
To scale. That looks like a like an island, kitchen island, where the bar stools were.
unless they have an island here now. But even to the refrigerator, though, see, I can't. It's hard to put that picture over that. Okay, there we go. But even like, where's the refrigerator?
I thought the kitchen and all that was on the opposite side.
Just for some reason,
Like
this.
when you walk in, the stove is on the left, and then it looks like there's an island on the right.
Yeah, but this is their. I mean, most of this house does look like the layout, but just some parts of it is not right, which makes me think. I wonder if I don't know. Let's continue real fast, and then I've got to get my butt to bed. Okay, so then we know that Xana's room was right off the kitchen. Here's the kitchen. Now, is this a room?
No, the room's up the one step and to the
Um,
left.
the girl Kaylee and Maddie, but
Right there.
Xana's room.
Yeah, to
And
the left of where that was. Right there, straight ahead. Not yeah.
bedroom 2B. Okay, yes. This is Xana's room. And that's the wall that's
Yeah.
outside of this. Okay, yep. Closet. And that's the front window, yep. So
Mm,
let's go back to
step down.
so here's bedroom. See, they said that Xana's bedroom was right across from the kitchen. If that's the case, this would have been Xana's room, which doesn't make sense because the blood's outside that other wall if it's blood.
No one was in that bedroom that night.
Yeah, but they say that Ethan was found in the common part of the house. Come on, Xana's room. Why won't they show Xana's room?
That's the one that we were in.
Yeah, right here. The gray one. Let me give it a second, see if it loads in, check on comments. I think somebody actually designed this and it was an amazing job. Because another thing that bothers me about the tour is, am I mistaken, but on the second level, underneath Maddie's room, if I'm not, wasn't there another sliding glass door? So we have two sliding glass doors on the second level, the kitchen and one by Maddie's room underneath her window.
I've only seen the one.
Okay, here we go. So this is bedroom A. So here's what I'm saying. And I'll show you there is a sliding glass door back there. There's two of them. This would be the window that supposedly had it. The sliding glass door. Okay, so then we go upstairs and we know which room, the shower room. This was Maddie's room. Because I gotta get out of here back to 3. Okay. Because there's the terrace. And as you can see, you have to notice too, the window's not here from, you see from Crime Circus, where you can actually see the apartment that Jack DeClore supposedly lives in. Yeah, they did a great job on this though. So that's the house. That's why it's different with the kitchen and stuff, because somebody made this, but they did a great job. If I say so myself.
Yeah. Oh, you made it?
No, somebody designed that. Like they made
Yeah.
they did a good job. At first I thought it was an actual tour 3D tour of the actual house. That's why I saw discrepancies between the two. But
Yeah.
because one more picture and we're going to go, I'm going to see if you guys can see the back second patio. Because I want to know what's if that I think that was the sixth vacant room. Is that room underneath Maddie's?
Yeah, I saw some windows because they were testing taking fingerprints,
Okay,
checking
here's
for
the picture.
fingerprints.
This is the picture that I believe that the stalker goes to watch them. Now, right here, behind this tree, isn't that a sliding glass door?
Yeah, it does look like one.
Right here. Yep.
And then, yeah,
I
because
mean,
a single window is in the middle, and then there's the other patio door.
yeah, like you wouldn't have a barbecue pit like right outside a window, and then that screen's been off. And I also noticed like how burnt this is. I think they were throwing the charcoal from the grill out into the ground.
Now, see
There's
where the
supposed
balcony is
to
on that board? Is that blood? Right there, yeah.
yeah,
Oh
see,
my
that's what I
gosh.
thought before
Mm-hmm. I
because
thought that, but I hadn't seen a clear picture. It's not paint. Can't be paint.
I mean, unless he came over the balcony like I always said, he could have jumped the balcony. But
I
there's
always said
also
that.
there's also some red smudges up on the handle on top. I noticed. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, he could have jumped back out and just onto that hill.
Hello, the suspect way. Suspect way. You think that's berries or something when the leaves have been off the trees for probably about uh three, 3.5 weeks, and I guarantee you that there's no berries growing on the trees at that time. Well, there's no berries in Maine on the trees at that time, and I got raspberries in my backyard, wild raspberries and blackberries. It could be just old red paint that's chipping off. I'm not saying it's blood, but
It's red.
got
It
a
looks
similar
red.
color. Yeah, we just like to throw out ideas.
Yeah.
Could be berry stains. Berry stains from what though? How do we know that they go berry? What do they do? Go buy grapes and get buckets and get them and do like those grape dances and squish them with their feet and then climb the balcony like Tarzan?
Lucy.
I was thinking of Lucy too. Lucy.
I'm home.
Kitty, tell Hummingbird. Kitty, tell Hummingbird. Tell Hummingbird. Kitty.
Now I have to go look for that sliding door. Well, I better get going too. I never went to do it on my run my errands yesterday.
Your little boyfriend. Are you Hummingbird's boyfriend? Kitty? No? Kitty? He did one of those where his mouth opened hummingbird, but nothing came out. Kitty? Yeah. Everyone, thank you for coming in. We appreciate each and every
Yes.
one of you.
Thank you.
Guys, definitely hug your babies tighter, keep them safe, and stay vigilant. And have a good rest of your week.
You too.